Good morning, good morning. We have 5 games today. Up first, we have Columbia Junior Rollers, the Junior Roller All-Star team, and we have our Pittsburgh Derby Brats for the Yinzer Dead All-Stars. I am Cosmic Cruiser.
And I'm Pinky Crusher.
And we're here to announce these games for you today. Columbia and Pittsburgh are currently fighting for 5th and 6th place here.
Yes, so again, this is the first game of day 2 for our 2025 JRDA National Championships. And our 2 teams are Columbia versus Pittsburgh, going for 5th place. Starting us off with our Pittsburgh team, they are wearing white today. That is number 06, The Kraken, 12, Strawberry Jam, 13, Sirius, 17, Deer Dance, 3260, Big Rig, 3317, Richie Teaser, 34, Rubinator, 4, El Diablo, 412, Bandelion, 5, Lakeinator, 55, Bigfoot, 5-6, Violet Von Slaughter, 8, Forest Bump, who is the captain, 8-110, Biohazard, and finally 928, Ace of Skates.
And for our Junior Roller Derby for Columbia, we have number 007, Mad Danger, number 101, Soul Crusher, number 113, Thomas the Train, number 14, Roland Riesma, number 17, Chublakya, number 23, Botalicious, number 241, Hippo, number 399, Imp the Shrimp, 5000, Killman, number 6, Thug Buggerson, number 64, Kid Block, number 7718, Go-Go, and number 934, Tank.
All right, now that we got introductions out of the way, we can take a look at the track here. Looks like we have our first skaters taking the floor here for each team. That looks like it's number 5000 from Columbia. That is Killman wearing the star first for Columbia, going up against Bigfoot from Pittsburgh. All right, referees are in position and we're ready to get going with game number 7 of our JRDA 2025 championship.
5000 Killman. Number 6, Thug Buggerson. 64
All right, players are moving back onto the jam line. Our rolling whistle has sounded. 5 seconds is called. It looks like the pack is backing up onto the jam line, and we are off. Both jammers take the outside line at first. Bigfoot jukes to the inside. Killman also fighting for the inside, but gets hit out and run back by a Pittsburgh blocker. Bigfoot fighting up at the front of the pack here. Rounds the tripod, jumps in front, gets a cut penalty. Power jam now. Your Columbia jammer, Killman, is lead jammer, coming around now on the first scoring pass. And with a full power jam, this may be a great first start for Columbia.
You can see how Columbia is pulling back one of the skaters here to keep the pack in the back.
Yes, and it works because Killman just pushes past farther than they can skate and gets 4 points. Coming around now, looks like he's going for the middle of the track. His blockers helpfully break that whole tripod apart. A lovely spin on the inside line has another 4 points for Columbia. It looks like Bigfoot is standing in the box. He's coming out now. Our power jam has officially ended, but Bigfoot is still on initial. So he's going to have a hot minute to pick up, to catch back up to Killman, who has, made it into the penalty box. Maybe this is just what Pittsburgh needs. 47 seconds left in the jam. It will run the full distance, and there will not be a power start unless another jammer gets a penalty. There goes Bigfoot, finishing initial with about 40 seconds left in the jam. Our pack has moved over the jam line, so it's gone a full rotation now. The blockers are coming in for offense. Successful. That is the first 4 points on the board for Pittsburgh. Killman stands in the box. He's ready to head back out onto the track.
You can see Pittsburgh here showing that they have some really good offense, keeping this all together.
Yes.
Pittsburgh getting themselves back together, though, as Killman's coming on through. Both of our jammers making it out.
Yes, that is a close pass there. 12 points now for Columbia and 8 for Pittsburgh. 4 seconds left on the clock. I don't think we're going to have any more points in this jam. And we are not. That was a very impressive and high point first jam there with double jammer penalties.
Yes, we had 2 penalties that whole jam. Both the jammer penalties, one for each team.
Yes.
And it looks like Columbia came out on top, though, with 12-8. We have number 13, Sirius, and number 6, Bug, on the line. You want to do that the whole time, like, even talking about it? Both of our teams here taking some spills, but Sirius is the one to make it up and out. Bug is going to be right behind, though. Pittsburgh getting some help from the coaches here, saying points and call, points and call. Pittsburgh does it. Sirius collecting 2 points there and calling before Columbia can get anything.
All right, it looks like we have number 17 wearing the star for Columbia. That is Chublakia. Going up against, once again, we got Bigfoot on the line for Pittsburgh.
Now, we saw yesterday Pittsburgh putting Bigfoot and Sirius out almost every other jam. And
yes, it looks like they may be running that once again today. Making the best you can with the best jammers on the team. And it is working because there goes Bigfoot out of the pack with the lead. However, Chublakia is only about 30 feet behind, both exiting their initial pass. They're coming around now and hitting a stopped pack right at the outside of turn number 2. Quickly starts running. Bigfoot gets hit out of turn number 3, calls the jam off. Once again, another quick point and call jam for Pittsburgh. That was 3 for Pittsburgh and 0 for Columbia, bringing our score up now 13-12 Pittsburgh. So first lead change of the game. Hopefully we'll get a lot more of those, right?
I would like to see a nice game here. We have number 13, Sirius, on the line for Pittsburgh, and number 6, Doug Buggerson, on the line for Columbia.
Looks like Sirius and Bigfoot to Pittsburgh is what Bug is to Columbia.
Yes, both of these jammers are going to the inside line here. Bug getting ran back. Sirius is going to make it all the way up and out of the pack, collecting lead jammer here.
Pittsburgh is doing a great job getting consistent leads in this game so far.
Yes, they have gotten all of the leads except the first, and they have capitalized on all of them.
Yes.
Quick points and call, collecting 3 points there, and Pittsburgh is going to widen that gap.
Yes, it looks like maybe the first jam of the game was going to be the highest point one. We'll have to see. I mean, probably not. It was only 12 points, but we're staying pretty low so far, so a lot of control here from the teams. We got Killman for Columbia on the line, and once again, Bigfoot for Pittsburgh. It looks like Columbia has been trying to trap Pittsburgh back on the jam line there, moving back at 5 seconds, but it is not working for them because once again, Pittsburgh gets the lead. That's Bigfoot flying out of the pack in less than 3 seconds. Whew. He's coming around now, hitting the tripod over the jam line on the first scoring pass, right as Killman makes it out on initial. However, Bigfoot just passes those 4 blockers and once again calls it before Pittsburgh can get any calls it before Columbia can get any points. Another 4-point jam to Pittsburgh.
Now, I see Pittsburgh starting off hot here, getting a lot of points, but Columbia is doing a 3-jammer rotation compared to, well, let me get that wrong, I guess. Looks like we now have
a new jammer for Pittsburgh.
Number 17 on the line, Deer Dance on the line for Pittsburgh, and number 17 on the line for Columbia.
Hey, battle of the 17s, huh? Let's see if Pittsburgh will be able to keep their lead streak going.
Deer Dance gets hit out and run back. Chublakia is pushing this pack up and out of play.
Ooh.
Deer Dance takes a nice fall, and Chublakia is going to be the one out first with lead.
Yes, that's Columbia getting lead for the first time since the first jam.
Chublakia is going to hit this wall and decide to keep playing it.
Ooh, that was a great run and slide. Some awesome track awareness from Deer Dance. Actually has them lapping your lead jammer there. That causes that jam to get called by your Columbia jammer. And 4 points for each team.
Yeah, 4-4.
Yes, Columbia may have been able to get lead, but they were not able to pull off the quick 4 points and call it that Pittsburgh has been excelling at.
And I think Columbia honestly was wanting to play it there.
Yes. All right, we're back to our normal Pittsburgh Jammers. That's number 13, Sirius, wearing the star for Pittsburgh, going up against, once again, Killman for Columbia.
This morning, thank you for making Derby happen. Thank you to our officials, our medics, all the volunteers here for this World Champions. Yes, let's go ahead.
Got a quick official timeout on the track. I think the referees are just talking to the scorekeeper, so hopefully that should be through and done pretty quickly. I don't know. Yes, I don't know if any of you were here last night, but we're all fingers crossed that we're not going to have another 45-minute break in the middle of a game. That said,
there were some technical difficulties
yes,
yesterday.
a huge thank you to all the officials who worked through all those. You know, it's rough for the skaters, rough for the audience, but it is the worst for the officials because they don't even just get to sit tight and wait for it's over. They're the ones who have to solve it. So how about we run over a quick roster of those officials, actually? Yes, we have 7 skate refs at each game, on skate officials, and those guys are going to be Illinois, Adam Splitter, Nick Tater, Sydney Vicious, Whisk, and Judge Double Wapner, and Shebra. And then finally, our NSOs, or non-skating officials, we got Officially Mel, Rocket Chop, Gnome Skull, Pterodactyl, Ivana Rage, Bionic Envy, Asylum, Anya Arson, and Diva. So, yeah, a huge thank you. We actually have 16 officials for every game, which is more than one team of skaters because only 15 on a team. So that just goes to show how much goes into putting these games on, and big thank you to everyone who wears the stripes and all the volunteers who don't. And there's that roll and whistle.
There is that roll and whistle. We have number 13 Sirius on the line for Pittsburgh and 5000 Killman. Both of our teams deciding to start here at the jam line.
Yes, they're not giving the jammers any room to
Killman
get
making
speed
it
up.
out first here.
Yes, it
Is
looks
gonna
like he
collect
didn't
lead.
need that speed.
Hit the seams and went right through the middle. Sirius making it out, but it's almost a whole track length here. So Killman's going to have a lot of time. He's going to get hit out, though, and call it off.
But he did pick up 4 points before he did that. Columbia pulling up Pittsburgh here with a successful 4 and done. I think that might be their first one of the game that they've pulled off.
Yeah, the first 4-0.
Yes,
jam.
and that is closing our point gap a little bit. Now only one scoring pass in between the two teams, 20-24 Pittsburgh. So hopefully we'll get a lead change here. That would certainly be fun. Anyways, we got number 6, Bug, on the line for Columbia, and once again, Bigfoot for Pittsburgh. Bigfoot runs for the inside line. The Bug just takes the middle of a tripod, trying to fight their way through. Bug is successful, however, Bigfoot really catches him on the inside corner and ends up pulling in front. So Columbia does have a lead, but the Bigfoot is in front of the jammer race. Our pack is flying as the blockers rush to preserve points. They're lapping the track all the way a lap and a half around. Both jammers fly for the inside line. Both take massive falls. Does look like Bug jumped up and fell inbound, so he's good to get up and keep skating, whereas Bigfoot takes a big fall on the inside of the track. Takes a couple seconds getting up. He's now a lap behind Bug, who is fighting for the second scoring pass. Is successful. That is a no-earned pass, so 3 points on that pass for Columbia. Bigfoot, unfortunately, gets hit out, run back again on the corner of turn number 2. Oh, referee collision
yeah,
there.
a little referee contact, but
Yes, that was...
that's going to stop Doug Buggerson with that beautiful apex jump.
Yes, that was Bug's jam ref skated straight into Bigfoot. An unfortunate part of Derby and why those referees wear pads. Anyways, Bug's coming around now for a 4th scoring pass. Bigfoot finally makes it out of that first one and is coming around to hopefully regain some lost ground, but looks like Bug is through again and just calls the jam right there. That was a great jam for Columbia. 14 points to Pittsburgh's 4. And hey, look at that, you guys. That's that lead switch we were looking for. It's now Columbia 34, Pittsburgh 28. So looks like our wishes may be confirmed, and we're going to have a nice close game today.
We're having a little official review at the moment.
Yes, it looks like Pittsburgh team is calling this one. I don't know what it's about. Did you catch anything that could be official review worthy?
I think, if anything, it was the no pass, no penalty that Bug collected. Because when Bug went out of bounds there was a couple other skaters that might have had position.
That makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. We cannot see the corner of turn 1 from the announcer booth very
Yes,
well because we got a
yes.
lot of the refs in the way. So there was a lot of apex jumps that happened in that jam. Maybe there's a cut that the coaches had a better view on and not us. I mean, I didn't see a cut, but like I said, we can only see like half of the corner. So that
Yes.
could be something. I'd say maybe it was the running into a referee, but it was the Pittsburgh jammer that ran into a
Yeah,
referee.
no,
So
no.
I don't think
I-
Pittsburgh would be
and-
trying to
and-
get a penalty for that.
And I do think that was an accident.
Yes.
Yes, that did not look.
Yes. If you run into a
purpose.
referee on accident, it was unintentioned and uncontrolled, so
yes.
you don't get in trouble. They understand that sometimes when you put wheels on your feet, you can't control exactly where you
Oh
go.
yeah.
Double Wapner
Yes.
and Shebra. And I know most
Looks like our officials are done talking to the coaches and captains, and now they're grouping up to talk in the between the referees. So hopefully that means we'll be wrapping up soon.
A lot of them doing a lot more traveling this weekend than others.
I get some fun facts for you guys. So I'm Pinky.
And I'm Cosmic Cruiser.
Yes, and we're the 2 junior announcers for this tournament. We got a game together.
Yeah. So originally the two of us were not going to announce together for anything, and
But then we were like, oh no, man, it's the junior nationals. You gotta have
yeah,
the
it's
juniors
the junior
go together.
nationals. We had to have a little junior announcement together.
Yes. Oh, what team do you play with again?
I play all the way out in North Carolina with a team called Smoky Mountain. Big shout out to Smoky Mountain players listening right now. We love you all. I love you, Disaster. Thank you, Coach.
I'm all the way from on the other side of the country, actually. I'm from Tomorrowland Junior Roller Derby up in Tacoma, Washington.
Tacoma, Washington.
Yes. Big shout out to all you guys, but we're actually an hour behind from here in Tacoma, so it's only 7 in the morning, so I don't think any of them
Oh,
are
no.
listening.
Yes,
If you
yes.
are, I love you guys. Big shout out, but if not, enjoy your sleep. I do not blame you. I probably wouldn't wake up at 7 myself.
Well, this has honestly been pretty refreshing. The time difference here, because normally
Oh
it's
yeah,
normally
this
it's
is
2
behind
hours. Yeah, so it's 8 a.m. here.
Lucky.
What feels like 10 a.m. my time.
Nice. Oh, and it looks like that official review finally wrapped up after about 3 minutes. Let's hear the verdict. We'll be right back with you guys in a second.
So Pittsburgh was looking for a cut on the Columbia Jammer, and it is a no call. That no call will stand.
So
Hey, I was right, you guys. They were looking for a cut on the Pittsburgh was looking for a cut on the Columbia Jammer for the first corner.
yeah, I believe it possibly could have been that no pass, no penalty moment.
Maybe it was. We were both right. Look at us go. It's like we know the sport. Who knew? However, the
Gosh,
referees
I think
did.
we're qualified or something.
The referees did have a much better view of that corner than we did, and they said that no cut happened. So Pittsburgh loses their official review, and we are back to the game. Is that serious that we have on the line for Pittsburgh?
Yes, serious,
think
and it
that
looks
is.
like Chublakia.
All right, fun jammer lineup to get back into the game. Do you want to take this one, Cosmic?
I got it. Both of our teams rolling back on these jammers here. Looks like Sirius is going to get hit out and come back in collecting a cut track penalty. So Chublakia is going to be our lead jammer and is going to be on a power jam here for Columbia.
Columbia had a great time with the last power jam. Let's see if they can further their lead with this one.
Now, what they got to do is not get a jammer penalty like last time.
For sure, but so far that's not looking like a problem because there's the first 4 points on the board for Columbia.
Yeah, Chublakia getting all the way through there, collecting some points.
You can see those Columbia blockers now able to play your offense, not having to worry about the other jammer.
Looked like
Oh, look at that. Another jammer penalty.
looks like it was a cut track here.
Another cut track.
So Sirius is gonna now
Serve time
now
in the
gonna
box.
Be, you're on a power jam here for Pittsburgh.
Yes, no lead jammer, so we will run the remaining 1 minute. And it looks like another no pass, no penalty for 3 points. We're getting a lot of those in this game.
We are. Yeah, a lot of no earned passes.
Oh, right, my bad. They changed the
No.
name of that rule, and I am struggling to keep up with it, so I apologize, you guys.
They've changed it not too long ago. For everyone watching, who might know roller derby, no pass, no penalty is still widely known, but
Another forearm. Yes,
Another
anyways, no
four-
pass, no
yeah,
penalty is
sorry,
now
we're
known
watching some
as no
derby
earned
here.
pass, but is the same rule. Us announcers are really struggling with that, so we apologize. And another jammer penalty. Jublakia in the box with a forearm this time, not a cut. And another power jam for Pittsburgh, and it looks like this one is going to be a power start for Pittsburgh in the next jam.
Columbia, though, holding this jammer.
And the jam comes to its natural conclusion there. That was 4 more points for Pittsburgh right at the end of that jam there. And no,
And it looks like
4 points for Columbia, 2 points for Pittsburgh. So,
number 5,000 Killman is going to be going to the box here at the end. So
oh,
Columbia's not going to be just down a jammer here,
they're
but they're also going to be down a
blocker.
blocker. So this is going to be
A tough jam for them. Yeah, but the last jam ended up being pretty okay for the two teams. Only a 1 point difference in favor of Pittsburgh, 8-9. So we'll see if we can keep a rather even jam again today as Bigfoot makes the most out of this power start. It won't be very long because Block is already standing in the box, but it is long enough for Pittsburgh to make it out with a lead jammer. Blockia takes the star off of her head in the penalty box as she comes back onto the track. Not sure if she's trying to pass her or if she's just trying to hold it to confuse the blockers a little. But it is not working because they are holding her solid. And it looks like Bigfoot might be about to make it out of the pack. He's got one blocker left to fight past on the outside of turn number 3. Is successful. There goes Bigfoot, first 4 points of the jam for Pittsburgh.
a star pass being made
Oh, yes.
to Killman.
That is your new Columbia jammer, number 5,000 Killman. Coming around now on their first scoring pass as Bigfoot fights for the second. Ooh,
And it looks
beautiful apex on turn number 3. That is 4 points for
points.
Columbia and 2 points for Pittsburgh. So Pittsburgh coming out in the lead, another jam here. So 4 Columbia, 6 Pittsburgh for our totals. Now we have less than a full scoring pass in between the two scores. It's Columbia 46, Pittsburgh 43, about a quarter of the way into the game. I think we just might have another lead switch coming up, which I am excited to see.
Yes, this is 3 points right now, which is crazy. We have 5,000 Killman back up on the line after collecting that star pass. Killman's going to get run back. For Pittsburgh, we have number 17 Deer Dance, who is also going to get hit out and ran back. Both of these teams showing phenomenal work here blocking. Killman, though, pushing that pack out of play and is going to make it out collecting lead. Deer Dance making it all the way out, but is going to get recycled back in here. Killman is going to collect 4 points before Deer Dance is out of their initial.
Maybe I was wrong about that lead switch. Columbia is kind of pulling ahead in this jam.
Deer Dance has taken off the star now in hopes to
Oh,
find
wow.
some stuff.
That was some incredible footwork from Killman. I did not expect him to make it down that line, but he is through the pack with another 4 points.
Killman with a 360 on the fourth turn here.
And then effortlessly through the pack before he even finished talking about his last pass. That was 12 points for Columbia and 0 for Pittsburgh. They did end up getting initial with that star pass, but never made it any points before it was called by Killman. Unfortunate for the Pittsburgh, but a great jam for Columbia, who have furthered their lead significantly. They are not wanting to let Pittsburgh take this game. And fighting for him now, we got number 6 Bug, and that's 55 Bigfoot for Pittsburgh. All right, we're off. Jammers are both starting a ways back to get some running speed, and that works out for Bigfoot, who just flies down that inside line. Lead jammer for Pittsburgh. He is looking to come back and get the missing points and bring Pittsburgh back up to Columbia. Bug, though, makes it out with a nice little hop on the inside of turn number 2. Both jammers now on their first scoring pass as Bigfoot gets hit out and run back. They're neck and neck in the pack, and that jam gets called right before Bug passes any blockers. That was 3 points for Pittsburgh and 0 points for Columbia. Closing the point gap a little bit, but not quite enough to catch up yet.
So I want to say Columbia and Pittsburgh both were doing a 2-jammer rotation yesterday, and it looks like they're both doing a 3-jammer rotation today to try to counteract, because those last couple of jams yesterday for both of our teams here were really, really hard, especially with altitude. So, but it looks like both of our teams have learned, and Columbia is going to be putting out their relief jammer right here, Chublakia, and Sirius is going to be on the line for Pittsburgh.
Ooh, that was some great line work from
Chublakia
Block. Oh, never mind. That was a cut, I think.
Chublakia has got some nice footwork, but sadly, I believe, has a little push with the arm.
Oh,
is going to collect a
forearm, okay.
forearm penalty.
I spoke too soon. So power jam now for Pittsburgh.
Power
Sirius
jam.
is the only jammer on the track. We'll see if they're still lead eligible. They are. That's lead jammer for Pittsburgh.
Now, it has taken almost a full minute here for Pittsburgh to get that out. Chublakia is standing. So they have to make quick work of this pass right here. And they do. Sirius makes it through. But not before Chublakia is going to be out first. Chublakia is still on the initial here. So it's going to give Sirius a little bit more time. Sirius getting hit out and ran back by Killman. Chublakia looking for some help from the Columbia teammates.
Pretty slow pack here, don't you think?
Yes. Sirius starting to feel some of these effects. Killman collects a star pass right here and has some amazing footwork. Puts the helmet cover on. And Killman's going to try to do some jammer on jammer action here. But Sirius is not having it. It's just going to call it off. Pittsburgh collecting 8 points there, much needed, bringing this gap once again. 4-point gap here.
Yes, 58-54 and more than a quarter of the way into the game. We got number 55, Bigfoot jamming here for Pittsburgh, and number 6, Bug for Columbia. Looks like Columbia's doing a squishing back onto Pittsburgh at the whistle on this one. We'll see if it works out for them. It does not. There goes Bigfoot just flying past them with... Oh, never mind. Cut penalty on Bigfoot.
Yes.
Thank you. And Bug gets lead jammer. It's coming around now. A soul jammer on the track, fighting a tripod on turn number 2. Breaks him apart. Passes 1, 2, 3, and is through the pack. His blockers helping hold the back of the pack so they can't skate up with him. Looks like they're doing a different tactic this time. They're trying to sweep him to the side. However, kind of looks like they started that sweep a little early, so it got messy, but they made it work out. And there's another 4 points for Columbia. Again, they saw Pittsburgh closing the gap, and they're running away with it again. All right, he's coming around now, going for the inside, then the outside again. The outside a third time, does not make it this last time. Gets hit out by your number 5 blocker from Pittsburgh, cycled back. But Bigfoot officially back on the track. Bigfoot is still on initial, gets hit out, run back a bit. There's a no earned pass from Bigfoot, I think, but does successfully finish the initial. Minute left in the jam. Both jammers are now scoring. Bug coming around on the 4th scoring pass. Bigfoot on the 1st. Let's see if it will get called. It will. Bug is having some great track awareness there and good game smarts to call that jam off before Pittsburgh can even hit the pack on the scoring pass. That was a beautiful, I'm going to say 16-point jam for Columbia. There we go, 16 points for Columbia. And unfortunately for Pittsburgh, 0 on that jam there.
You can really tell all of our teams here today have amazing listening skills for these jammers.
Yes.
Their coaches are saying, call it, and seconds later, not even.
Yeah, they're calling it. And it doesn't look like Pittsburgh has a turn coach even. I don't see a turn coach for either team.
Pittsburgh does have a turn coach here, and I believe, well, I do not actually see a turn coach for
Columbia.
For Columbia here.
We could just be missing them, but
yeah, we could just be blind.
Got a team timeout here called by Pittsburgh. They probably see themselves falling a little behind in this points race, discussing strategy to make sure they're going into the game with good game sense. Looking here at our statistics on the sheet here, Columbia may be winning the points race, but they are not winning the penalties. They have 11 penalties to Pittsburgh's 5.
They do.
So they're going to want to keep an eye on those.
And now, also we have to look at jammer penalties here.
Yes, there's been way more jammer penalties than normal.
there has been 4 jammer penalties for Pittsburgh, and there's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 jammer penalties for Columbia. So Pittsburgh has had a couple more power jams. Well, one more power jam than Columbia has.
All right, we have Hillman on the line, number 5,000.
All right, number 5,000, Kilman on the line for Columbia as that team timeout wraps up. And it looks like all their strategies discussing Pittsburgh they decided that Sirius would be their best jammer to put out this time. Kilman hit out and run back at the start of the jam, now caught behind a tripod a couple feet in front of the jam line. Sirius, though, making the most out of that team timeout, getting lead jammer after pushing the blockers out one by one into turn number 2. Coming around now on the first scoring pass, right as Kilman makes it out on initial, flies through that pack. Those were an unmatched 4 points for Pittsburgh. Not sure they're trying to call it. They are calling it. Kind of looked like Kilman was signaling to call it for a minute. Don't know if they thought they had lead or not, but either way, both jammers called it, so the jam is over. That was 4 points to Pittsburgh and 0 to Columbia. Nice short one-and-done jam there.
Now, Sirius saw their coach and decided to wait for the call, but Pittsburgh is down right now, so I don't know about the time wasting.
Yes, I have seen a lot of that at this tournament, actually.
There's been a lot
the
of
losing
time.
team running down the clock. I've not seen that strategy before, so I don't know what's up with it.
And it looks like Columbia is going to send out a relief jammer here, Tank, up against Pittsburgh, number 55, Bigfoot.
But it looks like Bigfoot's experience on the track is paying off with lead jammer for your white team.
Tank does make it up and around, but not before Bigfoot is already on and passed their first scoring pass. Tank now on Tank's scoring pass.
Yeah, it looks like Pittsburgh not calling the jam. Bigfoot thinks he can match up with Tank, so they're just running it out.
And Bigfoot making a good decision here is now up on points. Pittsburgh is up to 8, and Tank is still on this first scoring pass.
There's a no pack there. Can Tank use that to get out? Yes, he can. There goes Tank, finishing the first scoring pass.
Bigfoot here, though, is going to take a nice little hop on the outside line and is going to call it off. That is going to collect 12 here to Columbia's 4.
That was some great footwork from Bigfoot. I swear, there's a lot of cuts happening in this game, but when they're not happening, these jammers know where that line is, and they're staying like a hair away from it. Very impressive. Yes, only an 8-point gap now, and as we just saw, 8 points can get made up in a single jam, so maybe we will have a lead switch before the half, or per usual, Columbia's going to run away with this lead right before Pittsburgh catches up. We got Sirius going up against Kilman, who makes it through the pack on the outside line before I finish introductions.
And actually, that is Thug Buggerson.
Oh, Bug, my bad.
No, you're all good.
Bug coming around now with lead jammer. Sirius, half a track behind pack, really running here. That does give Bug what he needs, though, to just swoop past the blockers one by one, pick up 4 points, and call it.
Now it is Kilman up, number 5,000, up against Bigfoot. Looks like both of our teams are deciding to start at the pivot line here, giving our jammers an opportunity to collect some speed. Our jammers are going to be doing a little jammer on jammer, waiting to see what the other one's going to do. Bigfoot getting run back here, but is going to swoop through on the outside line, collecting lead. Kilman, though, still on Kilman's initial, while Bigfoot is on a scoring pass. And this is what Pittsburgh needed. Bigfoot collecting 4 points here, while Kilman just got out of initial. So if Columbia can get points and call. And it worked out. Let's see, is that 4 points? It did not actually work out for Pittsburgh. Columbia picked up 4 points there. Pittsburgh only picking up one more on that pass, giving Pittsburgh a 1 point lead on that jam.
All right, we got, it looks like a relief Pittsburgh jammer here, number 17, Deer Dance, going up against Bug. Bug,
Oh,
flies
my.
down that inside line, jumps like seriously 7 feet over that
That
apex
was
to
a
get lead
line
jammer.
jump.
But Deer Dance not too far behind. Our pack waiting at the end of turn number 2 to catch Bug, but once again, he just swoops by unopposed.
And it looks like that.
Ooh, that is a cut penalty. Yes, Deer Dance in the box.
Bug on the second no-touch pass on 8 points now.
Yes, Bug doing a great job here, and it just keeps getting greater. Oh, another pass that actually has him up and into a referee. Does have to cycle back on that one, but we'll see how long it holds him, especially because his blockers can help him out.
Does make it out.
Yes.
I do want to talk about what just happened, though. He jumped the apex and then fell and then went out of bounds on the opposite side of the track. But the apex jump is what caused going out of bounds. So he had to go all the way back behind all of those skaters.
Yes. That was 16 points for Columbia, though. A very impressive jam. And you know what? This is the second time this game a referee has gotten hit. So, man, they're getting beat up. Sorry, guys. But
Sorry to our referees, yeah.
Great jam for Columbia there. Now, they broke the 100-point line with that jam. So our score is now 102-75 Columbia. And only 3 minutes left in the half. They might have this one.
And it looks like Hillman is going to start on a power jam here. It's not going to be long, though. Deer Dance is standing.
If you didn't know this, if a blocker is standing in the box, they have less than 10 seconds until they are released.
Yes, yes. Killman does make it out, collects lead. We have a Columbia blocker going to the box here. Deer Dance still stuck, though. Killman working to the front of this pack, trying to break through. Deer Dance, with a little no pass, no penalty, makes it all the way up and out. And Killman, also making it out, decides to call off the jam here. Columbia collecting 8 points on that jam to Pittsburgh's 0.
Columbia is running away with the lead, as we can see here, and with less than 3 minutes left, this next jam, less than 3 minutes left on the game clock. This next jam could be the last one in the half. We're gonna have to wait and see how long it is. In the meantime,
we have team timeout.
Yes, team timeout from Columbia. Thank you. I forgot the word there for a minute.
Now, I don't know if you folks at home can see this, and we'll definitely be showing this at halftime. But right now, Columbia has 13 penalties in total to Pittsburgh's 11 penalties in total. Pittsburgh does have their penalties spread out a little bit more than Columbia does.
Yeah, Columbia has a couple jammers who are getting there with like 3 penalties. Nothing too high points.
Really
not like the
crazy.
game last night. I don't know if you guys caught the game last night, but like I said, that one was crazy. We had like almost 80 penalties between the two teams.
It was something.
Yeah, 3 players fouled out. But anyways, that one's over, but that one's, if you want to go give a game a rewatch, maybe skip the timeouts on that one, but it's interesting for sure.
Talking about giving a game a rewatch, if you guys need any kind of the scheduling brackets, scores from past games, or the game that you guys are trying to watch now, you guys can go to www.juniorrollerderby.org/2025champions.
Yes.
To get all that information there.
Yes, in the meantime, these players getting started without us. Looks like we got Sirius and Bug. Sirius gets hit out and run back, and Bug does not. There he goes with lead jammer. But Sirius catches up, not too far out, about a quarter track between the two jammers. Our pack is flying through turns 1 and 2 here, staying ahead of the jammers as much as possible, but, unfortunately, jammers are picked partially because of their speed, so they're generally faster than the blockers. And that is shown in Bug there, being able to fly past 3 of the blockers with an awesome single foot glide. I think you guys should have had a great view of that on the live stream, so
Oh
you're
yeah,
lucky.
that would have been nice. And it looks
Somebody
like
should go screen record that and give it to Bug after the game.
it looks like it did not pay off for Columbia though.
No,
Both
3
Columbia and
points.
Pittsburgh 3-3. Same as 0-0 around here.
Bigfoot going up against Killman for Columbia.
It looks like both of our packs deciding to start far in the front near the pivot line. And Killman's going to push through and make it out. Bigfoot right behind though. This is 5-10 feet maybe. But Columbia deciding to run it. Wanting to get a couple points. Killman realizing that Bigfoot is closing that gap and chooses to call it rather 0-0 than something bad to happen.
Yes. Especially when Columbia is in the lead. You don't want to risk losing points when you already have enough to win. I mean, maybe
don't
Pittsburgh.
take the risks if you're winning.
Yes. Less than a minute left in the half. This next jam will likely be the last one. We got number 6 Bug for Columbia and 13 Sirius for Pittsburgh. We're off. Bug taking the front of the pack, juking past a whole tripod. This footwork this guy is showing is insane. And that's lead jammer for Columbia. Sirius still in the pack, getting hit out and run back as Thug hits the pack on the first scoring pass. Multiplayer penalty getting called on a Pittsburgh blocker, has him in the box, and Thug through the pack again. Ooh, and it looks like that jam is getting called for an injury on a Pittsburgh player. Is that serious? That's not important. Yes, injury on the track here. This is our first one of the game, I think, right?
Yes.
And I'm pretty sure when this injury ends, we're just going to wrap up the half here.
Luckily, that skater is up and good. I want to give a big little shout out to our medics. And
yes. In case you didn't know this, we literally
All of
cannot
our-
start the game until their eyes are pointed at the track. We need them watching or we can't play. So it is a 24/7 job for them for sure.
yes, we're so happy we have all of our professionals here today.
Yes, kudos to the medics.
Um,
I'm not sure if we're gonna
we
have another jam here. Sometimes they start the next jam straight out of the official timeout, so
Well-
the 11 seconds left on the half clock won't run out, or the period clock, sorry.
I do want to talk about this because it was an injury. I believe that Columbia will have an option if they want to do a continuation.
Yes, because Bug did have lead jammer, didn't he?
Yes.
So we'll have all of the same players out on the floor, and it looks like that is what we're doing, and we will simply replace the injured skater. So Pittsburgh will have a new jammer. and we will just basically unpause the jam where it was at. So Pittsburgh Jammer will be on their initial, whereas your Columbia Jammer Bug will be on their first scoring pass. And I don't remember how long was left in the jam, but we'll see on the clock here in a minute. When they started off, it'll be the amount of time that was left in the jam.
Now, my question is this 4 points right now that Columbia has, is that from this pass right now, or is that
From a pass they've completed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think Bug might have been halfway across the track.
Yes, we're
So
about
I
to find
think-
out.
I think that those points will stand.
All right, and it does look like our new Pittsburgh Jammer is going to be number 55, Bigfoot. And we have, a minute and 33 seconds left until the jam is over. There's Bug, another 4 points quickly in the jam. Remember, no initial. He's just coming in on that scoring pass. But here comes Bigfoot finishing. Pittsburgh was still on the initial, and now they're done with that. So Bug just calls it off before they get any points. That was 8 points for Columbia, 0 points for Pittsburgh, bringing our halftime score, Columbia 125 to Pittsburgh 78.
Now, I do want to say here, we have one skater from each team in the box, but
We do.
before you guys leave to go do what you need for intermission, both of these teams this is pretty even game penalty-wise.
Yes, Columbia was pulling ahead a lot, but Pittsburgh has caught up now. It's 14-13 penalties
Yes.
with Columbia in the lead with 14, but still pretty close.
In the lead, yeah. We don't want to glorify penalties, though. And if anything, not in the lead.
Yes. Anyways, I thought Pittsburgh might be able to catch up before the half, but Columbia has run away with that lead there. So we'll have to come back here in about
Yep.
14 minutes and see what the goings on is.
Yeah, 125 to 78.
All right, be back in a bit, guys.
Thank you.
Hey guys, we are coming back now. Just about 2 minutes left in the halftime, and we got teams lining up for gear check. I want to do a quick run over here. If you look at, we have a fun little points per jam graph. I just wanted to point out some fun things for that. One, Columbia has gotten all 3 highest point jams in the game, 2 for 16 and 1 for 14. And if we look at the little stars over it, Columbia has also gotten lead jammer the last 6 jams in a row. But if you look back at the front of the graph, Pittsburgh was doing better at the start of the game. And I think what happened is Columbia figured out the offense that works.
I agree, and I think that it's almost like Columbia was playing here, studying Pittsburgh for a little bit in the first half of the first half. And
Yes.
figured out what was working.
And, I mean, come on, 6 lead jammers in the row. It's working. And that's reflected in our score, too. 125 to 78 Columbia.
With Columbia chipping away with those 4 and 8 point jams on Pittsburgh.
Yes,
slowly
and now
making that gap.
Yeah, now switching over to the penalties here. That should come up in just a moment for you guys. Here we are. So as we can see, Columbia has 14 penalties and Pittsburgh has 13. Matching up with the point layout for Pittsburgh versus Columbia, though, Columbia had a lot of penalties at the start of the half. Pittsburgh got a lot more at the ending of the half, though.
Yeah, so now we're switching over here to the Pittsburgh side. And, you know, looking at these penalties, there's nothing that really stands out.
No,
Possibly
nobody's
cut
really
tracks.
high. The highest one we have is 3 penalties, so I don't think anyone's going to foul out for sure. But a lot of people
definitely
are
not.
getting singular penalties, and it's adding up for the 2 teams, not significantly, but just something to keep an eye on as we enter the second half, which is about to start now. I want to take us back to the track now. We got our first jammers lined up. That's a 55 Bigfoot for Pittsburgh and 5,000 Killman for Columbia.
The 5s.
I think if Columbia can keep the good strategy that they figured out going into the second half, they could have this game. But we'll see if Pittsburgh maybe took the halftime to discuss and maybe has a new strategy that might work out in the second half.
Looks like both of our teams are going to start on the pivot line far off, giving our jammers an opportunity to collect some speed before they hit this pack. Looks like Pittsburgh did find something, and number 55 Bigfoot is going to make it out first for lead. This is their first lead in 6 jams, so see if they can capitalize on it, and they do.
Oh, wow. That was a great
no-touch
offense
pass
from those
calls it
blockers.
off. Pittsburgh, yes, with some amazing offense. Starting this half off strong, 4-0.
Yes, we were saying Columbia figured out the offense. Maybe it's Pittsburgh's turn. But anyways, taking our attention back to the track, we got number 6, Bug for Columbia, and number 17 for Pittsburgh. That is Deer Dance.
Yes, number 17, I believe. Yes.
All right, we are off. Both jammers take the inside line. Then both just to get shuffled around in the pack here. Ooh, Deer Dance off with a penalty. Oh, nope, my bad.
Sorry, the other way around.
Bug is off with a penalty, and Deer Dance is the only jammer on the track. However, just got hit out and run back quite a ways by your Columbia pivot, almost back to the pivot line, actually. Now stuck in a pack on turns number 1. We are still eligible for lead here. We'll have to wait and see if she's able to make it out to get the lead. They give her lead. Makes it out of the box, and then calls the jam off. Sorry, got a little distracted. I don't know if you can hear it over the mic, but Pittsburgh over on the bench literally screaming for Deer Dance to call that jam off right there.
And Pittsburgh trying to be smart about this, keeping Bug iced in the box here.
Yes.
Going to give Bigfoot an opportunity to start on a power jam.
Yes, I think they're trying to get lead here and pick up points with one of the best jammers on the team here, Bigfoot. However, they're not going to have a long power start because Bug is standing in the box, so less than 10 seconds until he's released.
Bigfoot, though, making work of it. Coming through on the outside line here. Bug coming in quickly, though, as well.
That is his
Making it
move
out.
where he flips around on one leg.
He flips around on one
It's
foot.
impressive.
Yes, it is. It is some amazing control, skate control. Oh, and Bug jumping the apex here. Getting in front of Bigfoot. So, Bigfoot did collect lead.
Both of those jammers on that pass. Both of them getting stuck in the pack here a little bit, coming up against
Bigfoot making it out first. Bug's still stuck on this pack. Pittsburgh picking up 4 and calling it, and Columbia only picking up 2. Now, Pittsburgh does pick up 2 points in that. It's an 8-6 jam. So Pittsburgh has gotten the last 3 jams, gotten lead.
Coming back from the halftime with a vengeance for sure. But they're going up against Killman for Columbia this time, so that is going to be a hard jam for sure. But they have tried and true Sirius as their jammer, so it's going to be a fighting jam for both teams. And it starts off right away with both jammers on the outside. Bug tries to juke and fly to the inside, but falls down, takes out a referee. Again, these referees are just getting abused in this game, I swear.
It is all accidents, though.
Yes. And Sirius has gotten lead jammer and is coming around now to hit the pack on turn number 2. Bypasses 3 of the blockers. And there's 4. Sirius through the pack for 4 points, right as Killman makes it out on initial. Again, our pack really flying around before slowing it to a stop in between the jam and pivot line. When Sirius calls the jam there, that was a good 4 points for Pittsburgh and 0 points for Columbia. Again, Pittsburgh jammers seem to be running the clock down before they call the jams off, and it's an interesting tactic because they are down by over 30 points. 36, if I mathed correctly. 37.
Hey, there you go, 37, perfect.
So I would not be running the clock down, but I mean, these guys are the national team, so
Yeah, they're the masters at it.
I'm sure they know what they're doing.
Bug jumping the line again, collecting lead here, while up against Bigfoot, who finds their way through the middle, and Bug now gonna find his way through the middle and call it.
All right, we got a switch on our points this time. Columbia is the one picking up 4 points and 0 for Pittsburgh. Now we got, that is Killman for Columbia, and once again, a Bigfoot for Pittsburgh.
This is a choice. Is this Bigfoot's second one in a row, Rias?
I think it is. We'll see if the Stanma can keep him going.
And actually, that was Columbia's first lead jam of this half.
And there's the second,
here's
man.
our second.
Looks like, yeah, but Bigfoot Stanma still there because he is only half a lap behind Killman. They're both entering the first scoring pass here, and Killman's fighting a tripod on the inside of turn number 2, does get bumped out and calls the jam there. That was 2 points for Columbia and 0 for Pittsburgh.
Killman so aware of how far that jammer is, and decides to call it right before Bigfoot can get an opportunity to get any points for Pittsburgh. We have Bug and Sirius on the line now. Both of these teams here kind of getting all mixed up together and creating a lot of speed, giving both of these jammers opportunities to get out, but Bug is going to be the first one out. Sirius is right behind, though. Both of our teams skating up to try to preserve points. And it looks like Columbia is going to decide to keep this moving. And it might work out. There's a little bit of a bigger gap this time around, but both of them pretty much sliding through this pack. Both of our teams continuing to run it.
These poor referees are getting such a workout.
Our teams practically moving as fast as our jammers here. Bug picking up 4 again, and Sirius also picking up 4. Columbia wants to play this.
As well, I mean, if you can keep ahead or at least equal in the points and you're in the lead, it makes sense to run it down. Ooh.
And I believe right before the jump, Bug probably went out of bounds there and is collecting a cut track penalty, which means that Pittsburgh is going to be on a power jam, and it also means it's going to go the full 2 minutes.
We got 45 seconds left for Sirius to try to pass Bug in the points.
And Sirius does. 4 points for Pittsburgh there.
I bet Bug regrets not calling it off now.
Well, I feel like, if anything, it's Columbia regretting not calling it.
Right.
their coaching staff is works pretty well with these kids to
Yes.
talk with them and make sure they
Yes.
call. But both of our teams, once again, moving, running.
Yes, Bug is out of the box and fighting to get these points back now. They're
Sirius
only one
getting hit
pack
out here.
lap
and
around Sirius.
You can see that this 2-minute jam is making both of our teams tired here. Bug, after coming out of the box, picks up 8 more, which evens the score. 16. Oh, I'm sorry. Pittsburgh does pick up 1 more there. 16 to 17 point jam.
That was a fun jam. There's a lot going on there.
And it was a full 2-minute one,
Yes,
too.
Pittsburgh may have gotten 1 more point in this jam, but they're in a tough spot at the start of the next one with 2 blockers in the box. So their jammer, Bigfoot, is going to have to make up for not having much offense, and Killman is going to have an easier time working through the defense here. We'll just have to see how it goes. Yet Bigfoot does get hit out and run back, but so does Killman. Ooh, Bug
Bigfoot
hops, slides, but stays in bounds. That was a nice apex recovery there. Bigfoot may have only had 2 blockers, but still got lead. And those 2 blockers put in everything they could to hold Killman back almost 30 seconds. The box has emptied now, other than a new jammer on a Columbia pivot, so our pack is back to about normal. And our jammers both on the first scoring pass. There goes Bigfoot with 4. And there goes Killman with 4. Cycling back to the pack, which is currently parked at the end of turn number 2. Bigfoot spins past the pack, collects as many points as possible, and then calls it off. That was 4 points for Columbia and a nice 8 points for Pittsburgh. They were starting at a disadvantage, but they made that not a disadvantage with a great jam there. Yeah, they came back from the halftime ready to win and ready to make back that gap. But like I said, Pittsburgh was doing good in the first half, and then Columbia recovered in the second half of the first half. Oh, lots of halves there. So let's see if Columbia will pull ahead again in the second half of the second half.
Now, it looks like Bug is going to hit out Deer Dance here.
Who does not go out.
Who does not continue to go out of bounds.
That's a
and
cut
is gonna
penalty.
Collect a cut track penalty, which means Columbia is going to be on a power jam.
Let's see if they can make up the points they lost these last couple jams.
Columbia is going to collect lead here.
Ooh.
With an apex jump,
That was nice.
Buggerson is going to collect 4.
Has there been a single jam where he hasn't had a successful apex?
You know, Bug is... He is the jumper.
He's hoppy.
He really should be
If he
like...
was
He's like a jumping bug, you
If
know?
he was a bug, he'd be a grasshopper.
Yeah,
do
he's a
grasshoppers jump?
grasshopper.
I know they
Yeah,
have hopper
yeah,
in the
yeah.
name, but I didn't know if they actually jumped or not.
Uh,
Anyway, there goes Bug with 4 points
4
for
more
Columbia.
points. And I will say the Pittsburgh Jammer, Deer Dance, was out here.
Maybe he
And
took that star
actually
off. Oh,
Is going back to the
Yes.
box here. I'm not sure what that penalty was. Bug, though, breaking through straight to the middle of that seam and is going to collect 4 more.
poor Deer Dance. I hate getting double penalties as a jammer. It really
And like we
sucks.
were saying, Grasshopper himself.
Bug tries to call the jam off. The referee waits like seriously 10 seconds to call it off. Don't know what that was about, but does call it off in the end. So that was a great jam for Columbia there. 16 points for them. Unfortunately, 0 for Pittsburgh, and they are starting with a jammer in the box and a pivot in the box. So Columbia is in another great position here that's Killman there, ready to pick up points for the black team. It will be a short power start, though, less than 10 seconds until Deer Dance is released from the box. But Killman
Yeah.
does not need 10 seconds. How fast was that? 2?
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, we need to put a timer on Killman and Bug.
All right, here's Killman fighting against a
Bigfoot, too.
tripod now. Deer Dance is out of the penalty box and is tripod at the back of the pack. And there goes Killman. 4 points for Columbia. Another Pittsburgh blocker from each team in the box, so a lighter pack. But Killman doesn't even hit the pack, just jumps it. Again, a single jam, no apex? I don't know.
The Grasshopper boys.
Yes. There is a player, I think from the Cherry City team. His
Now-
name's Apex Legend, his derby name. But I think might need to take. Killman or Bug might need to take that title because these two just jump every corner and are successful 90% of the time.
You can see our Columbia defense here choosing to isolate one of the Pittsburgh blockers. So
Yes,
every
they're-
time Killman's coming around,
They're keeping
only
control
got
of that
3.
pack. Yes, unfortunately, Pittsburgh had a star pass, but it didn't really go anywhere. The jam just ended, and Pittsburgh never got any points, unfortunately. Columbia did pick up a solid 16, though. That was nice. Another great jam for him, for sure.
And now, I don't know. We might need to see something big happen here. But Columbia with 2 16-point jams, almost back to back.
They might have just pulled ahead and gotten this game in the bag for themselves.
Both of our teams deciding to start on the pivot, and it's working out for Bug. Doing a little 360, collecting lead, but Sirius is also out as well. With about 50 feet, Bug is going to have a good amount of time to try to collect some points. Bug collects them all,
That was a
and
clean
Columbia
pass.
wants to run it. Columbia's winning. So they
Ooh.
decide, we want to run it.
Sirius just barely nicks that wheel out of bounds and has to go back. Again.
Bug collecting some points here. Columbia's about to crest over the 200. And as I'm saying
There
that,
it goes.
Bug collecting 4 more on a no-touch pass.
Bug and Killman are just, they're fighting to see who can get the most points on the board. A minute left in this jam. Bug may pass 16 points and make our highest point jam so far, but he calls it instead. That was a 4-point jam for Pittsburgh.
A 16-point jam for Columbia, putting them over 200, 205 to 123.
Again, Columbia just figures it out. It clicks from about halfway into the half, and they just run away with that score.
Yes, it's definitely been a second half team. And actually yesterday, too, we were looking back at the stats, and both Columbia and Pittsburgh losing kind of the first half of their games yesterday, but in the second half was able to actually collect more in the second half. So both of these teams are kind of second half teams.
Yes, and we have a timeout being called here, a team timeout from Pittsburgh, probably because if you look and see, they have 2 blockers in the penalty box. As their score has dropped lower than Columbia's, they've been getting a little more desperate, and the penalties have been stacking up because of that. And for the first time in this game, they have actually passed Columbia for penalties. They have 23 to Columbia's 22. One person have 4 penalties. 2 people have 4 penalties.
Yeah,
but
one
again,
on each team.
yes.
But really, you know, nobody is really fouling out of this game. I don't see it happening here.
No, I don't either. Like, everyone has stayed pretty in control of themselves, which is good to see. Definitely makes for a more satisfying game. In the meantime, looks like referees are breaking for the end of the team timeout, maybe? Yep, there's that rolling whistle signifying the start of our lineup clock. Players getting back in position. Ooh, Columbia said we've been doing too good with Bug and Killman. We're getting a new jammer out there. That is 007 Mad Danger. Going up against a tried and true Bigfoot. So let's see if fresh wheels can compete with seasoned wheels.
I like that.
Thank you. I thought of it myself.
Mad Danger, though. Both of our teams here starting in the pivot line, giving both of our jammers an opportunity to have some speed. Mad Danger getting run back. And it looks like Bigfoot here is going to be the seasoned skater making it out and collecting lead. And Bigfoot with a
Ooh.
no-touch pass.
That was a
collecting 4.
crazy juke.
Yeah, an amazing juke on the last jammer there. It looks like Mad Danger is out there on the initial. And with Bigfoot coming around doing an Apex 180.
Ooh, another Apex, but does not stick at that time. And there goes Bigfoot getting run back. getting run back
Oh my
by Mad
goodness.
Danger, but
Matt-
he's not going back. He's just going to stand there and wait it out. But, Columbia is fine running the clock down because they are in the lead. And Bigfoot just calls it off, accepting defeat.
Yeah. I think that is some amazing track awareness from Mad Danger. I do not believe Mad Danger hit the Pittsburgh Jammer out there, but saw that
They had
Mad Danger had position, so
Yes,
They can- they can
if
make Pittsburgh
somebody
eat the
gets
baby.
hit out of bounds, they have to go back in behind the person who hit them out and anyone from the other team who was in front of the person who hit you out. So that's impressive track awareness there and the knowledge to run down the clock. That just shows how skilled these teams are. Anyways, Bug and Sirius facing off here for jam number 13. Bug gets sent straight to the penalty box. Did you catch what the penalty was?
here, let's look on our handy-dandy thing right here. Looks like it was a back block penalty.
Back block on Bug, power jam for Sirius, who, a crazy, awesome bean dip there, flies practically underneath the two Columbia blockers. Lead jammer for Pittsburgh. Sirius is coming in again now for the outside, does get hit out by Tank. And Go-Go gets run back, just calls the jam off there. Wants to have a power start? No, looks like Bug made it out of the box at the last second. No, he is there.
Yeah, he's
The referees were hiding him.
yeah. Bug is standing in the box, still iced.
Yes. So it looks like Bigfoot, your Pittsburgh Jammer, is going to have a nice short little power start. Hopefully they can make the most out of that. For the last jam, though, Pittsburgh picked up 3 points. Forgot to cover that earlier. My bad.
All good. Bug is actually going to come out of the box almost in seconds here, and coming out of the box, collecting lead. Bigfoot right on Bug's tail, though, maybe a 10, 20 feet. And as we've seen here, Bigfoot is a little bit faster than Bug. So,
And you're right, yeah, because, Bigfoot has 2 blockers left to pass.
Bug is going to
One
actually collect
blocker.
a penalty here again,
Ooh.
which means Pittsburgh is going to be on a power jam, also meaning this is going to go the full 2 minutes.
Yes, and that was Bug's 5th penalty of the game.
That was. And 4 of those were in this half.
Interesting.
So, I know what's going on with Thug Buggerson right now, but
I love that name, Thug
Thug
Buggerson.
Buggerson.
It's fun.
Bigfoot, though, definitely collecting on this.
That was,
A nice little smooth pass.
yeah,
collecting
interesting
4.
offense, interesting defense, but it works for Pittsburgh, so I'm sure our white team is taking it.
Bug back on the track and making up and around the outside.
That's
For
4 points for
4
Columbia.
points.
Bug now on the second, Bigfoot on the 4th scoring pass. 30 seconds left in the jam. It will go the full
Wow.
time. Can Bug catch up?
Yeah, Bug making it around, picking up another 4. Pittsburgh needing to get Bigfoot out here.
Bug
Bug
through
once
again. Bug and Bigfoot are now on the same scoring pass.
And this is not the Bug we were seeing just seconds ago. Bug having 2 penalties in this jam.
Ooh, there's a
coming
Columbia
back
blocker in the box.
and making it out. Pittsburgh and Columbia both collecting 4. They both are on a 16-point jam
Yes,
here.
they are tied up. And there's the ending of that jam. 4 points to Pittsburgh at the last second there and 1 point to Columbia.
Pittsburgh's jammer here making a beautiful jump on the apex. It was honestly like a little hop.
Yes,
And it
last
was
minute
all
to
the
pick those
points.
points up.
Yeah.
So another high point jam, 17-20. Columbia may be leading, but 20 points. I think that might be the highest point jam of the game we've gotten
I
so
believe
far.
it is. And funny enough, not by our winning team. So Pittsburgh, even being our losing team, showing that they are a very powerful team here, picking up a
Yes.
20-point jam.
They're coming back for sure. And we got an official timeout now so we can talk to you a little Yes, Pittsburgh definitely coming back a little bit now. They're figuring it out, but with only less than 10 minutes left in the game, I'm not sure if they're going to able to make up the point gap that they
Yes.
have, because it's Columbia 222 to Pittsburgh 154. And while Pittsburgh has had some high point jams, Columbia has never been far behind on them. So, 20 to 17, that really only gains you 3 points.
It does, and we do have to see that with this last 2-minute jam. Even though it was high scoring for both of our teams here. I don't know if you can hear our teams in the venue here, but Pittsburgh has a nice little cheer going on here.
Yes. I'm really not sure what these officials are talking about. We've passed a minute, and they're still grouped up in the middle of the track here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, hopefully we'll get it wrapped up soon. When we come back, so it looks like we're going to have a serious jamming for Pittsburgh and Killman for Columbia.
I want to remind you guys again that we have 4 more games today. And if you guys want to look at the scheduling for the games, the brackets, the scores, you guys can go to www.juniorrollerderby.org/2025champs. We have all the information on there
Yes,
about
scheduling, bracket scores for all weekend, and information for upcoming games. And that's where the link to the live stream is if you ever lose it.
Now, if I'm not wrong, though, our next game is going to be Seattle versus Nashville.
Yes, it will, and that'll be for female 3rd place. Oh, man, there goes Sirius through that pack for lead jammer. Killman gets hit out and run back. Still fighting in the pack here as Sirius comes around on the first scoring pass. But there goes Killman makes it out as Sirius makes it through for 4. Let's see. Yep, Sirius is going to run the clock down just a bit and then call that jam off. Again, I'm not sure why they're running the clock instead of just trying to call it right away.
We do keep knocking Siri over here. Getting her chat back to us.
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Well, we have number 5'5" Bigfoot up on the line for Pittsburgh, and number 6, Doug Buggerson on the line for Columbia. Bigfoot living up to the name, I think, might have some bigger feet than Thug here. Looking at him. There is going to be a little jammer on jammer action. Both of our jammers here trying to see what each other are doing.
That is a cut penalty for Bigfoot.
Bigfoot, I believe, just barely stepping out, collecting a cut track, which means Columbia is going to be on a power jam here.
And there's that lead. Let's see if Bug can finally pass the 20 points and get the highest point jam for us, because he has been doing everything to pick them up.
Bug given a little hand signal here. I think the closed hand means I want you guys to wait. I got this.
Hold back. Hold the back of the pack.
Yeah.
And it works, because there's the first 4 points of the game for Columbia.
A little dip into the middle of the pack here.
That was a cool move.
Doug Buggerson
Especially
slipping
from
through.
someone as tall as Bug is. You don't normally see him getting low.
Bigfoot is back on the track here, though.
Oh, and there's the jump. Can't have a jam with Bug without an apex.
There's the apex there.
Yes, 12 points now for Columbia.
I will say, Bigfoot, this is the second time now getting hit out and run back. Bug, you can tell, getting tired.
16 points now. He has to make it 2 more laps to pass our high score of 20 points in the jam.
And now that Bigfoot is out of initial, knowing Columbia here is probably going to be some points in call. There's the points. There's the call.
Yes, so another 20-point jam for Columbia. 0 for Pittsburgh. Unfortunately, doesn't pass our high score for points, but you know what? That's really not important. I just
Still,
like that.
The thing, though, here is when Pittsburgh got 20 points, Columbia got 17, but this is a 20-0 jam here. Columbia really picking it up.
Yes, they are almost 100 points over Pittsburgh now, 242 to 158 with 6 minutes left in the game. We got number 5,000. That's Killman for Columbia, and then Tried and True Serious for Pittsburgh. Is this your jam or mine?
I believe it's your jam, and it looks like Killman is out for a lead.
All right, taking it away then, Serious. Fun spill there, front of the pack. Gets a cut penalty. Looks like the jam ref was just going to give Sirius a no earned pass, but then the pack ref decides to issue the cut penalty. Here comes Killman, though. Another power jam. Will Columbia get another unmatched 20 points? We're about to find out. Here comes Killman. Ooh, taking a spill. Recovers well, though. A great catch on the outside of turn 3. Through the pack again for another 4 points. Does look like we got a Pittsburgh or a Columbia blocker in the box. We'll have to wait and see what's going on there. Or if being a blocker's down going to slow him down at all. It is not. There's another 4 points to Columbia. 12 points now and a minute left in the jam. We'll have to see if Columbia can hold back the defense, though, because Sirius is out of the box on the track.
Sirius with a bean dip to the
Smooth
outside.
dip. That is the initial for Pittsburgh, and I imagine the end of this jam here if Killman's going to call it. Ooh, Killman, they hit each other out. Sirius gets a cut penalty.
Well, I actually don't know about that, right?
I kind of feel like Killman's skates went out of bounds on the
Because
outside.
Killman put both of Killman's hands down on the ground, which means they weren't an upright skater.
I don't know.
I don't know. Pittsburgh.
I'm going to assume the refs know best, though. So
Pittsburgh
just kind
does
of
have an official here.
just kind of an interesting cut penalty. And if they do call an official review, we know what it's on. But in the
Yeah.
meantime, Killman lapping the pack again and again. We're at 24 points now for Columbia. 10 seconds left. Let's see. I imagine he's going to get another full pass. There it is. 5 seconds left. I don't know if it's going to happen again. Sirius is out of the box, but... Oh! Laps the whole pack last minute. That was
Wow.
a great penalty box exit there
Now-
from Sirius.
I am not sure about yesterday's last game, but from what I understand, 28 points here from Columbia. That is the biggest jam we've seen all weekend, right?
Maybe. It just might be. I'm not sure for certain. But it's certainly an impressive jam, especially because Pittsburgh only put up 4 points, so it was 24 points to Columbia. And our point gap is now over 100.
Bug getting out first here, but Bigfoot literally inches behind. Gonna have a little jammer on jammer, and Bug saying, we're in the lead, don't worry, and calls it off.
Current score 270 Columbia, 162 Pittsburgh.
You know, Cosmic and me were chatting the other day about the teams and, who we think is going to win and lose and whatever.
Oh, yeah.
And you told me that Bug was one of the best junior skaters that you'd ever seen skate. And
I really
you know
mean
what?
that.
I agree. The footwork, the track awareness, it's impressive here from Bug, Killman, Sirius, and honestly Bigfoot too. These 4 jammers are really, the jammers are always the star of the show, let's be honest. But these 4 specifically are doing an insane job out here. This footwork is some of the best that I've seen at the whole tournament. This may be the game for 5th place, I think, but this playing is 5 stars.
I couldn't have said it any better.
This is so exciting to watch.
I mean, all of our games here today with so many wonderful skaters here.
Yes.
We have a lot of Team USA skaters, too. I want to give a little shout-out to that. Going to be in Australia not too long from now.
Yes.
And,
Australia. That's fun. Don't get eaten by an alligator, okay?
I will say, they find these kids for a reason, and Doug Buggerson, I believe, is a USA skater.
Oh, cool. All right, our team timeout has come to an end, and we are back on the track. It is a Bigfoot versus Killman. Bigfoot takes lead. Killman only like a quarter track behind, though. They're both coming into the first scoring pass. Here goes Bigfoot for the outside. Success. There's 4 points for Pittsburgh. Killman, though, look at that. Guess what it was? It was an apex.
It was a little hopper.
And 4 points for Columbia. They should make, never mind. Another
apex, and that one was a lot bigger.
We should start
now.
making like a tally. How many apexes Killman or Bug gonna get? Bigfoot though is not far behind though. They're both at 8 points. Killman is in the lead now. Ooh, and furthers that lead there, flying through the pack for 12 points, whereas Bigfoot gets hit out and run back.
Now,
Killman
as
coming
Columbia,
around again. Bigfoot decides to just cut the losses and call it there. That was 12 points for Columbia. And let's see how many points for Pittsburgh. 1. Nope, sorry. 9. 9 points for Pittsburgh.
9, yes.
I forgot to add it to how many points there already were. Yes, got 2 minutes and 45 seconds left in the game. We are coming to the conclusion of our 5th place game, and it is Columbia 282 to Pittsburgh 171. I think it's safe to say this game is in the bag for Columbia. And we have one last team timeout for Pittsburgh being called. But real quick, I want to let you know. So this is for 5th and 6th game in our open division. But if you want to catch 3rd and 4th place, that is starting at just about 12 p.m. And that is going to be Des Moines versus Pixies. Those two will be fighting for 3rd place. Same link for the live stream and at 12 p.m. today. Don't forget to check that one out.
And we know why you guys are really going to be here today, and it's for this 4 p.m. game
The
later
open
today.
finale. Foco versus Philly. These teams have faced off with each other 4 years in a row now for the championship.
That is true. And last year, it was a nail-biter.
Yes.
Philly winning by only a couple of points in the last jam.
1 point. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. If you have not watched the 2024 JRDA championship finale game,
oh my
go
gosh,
watch it.
yes.
I don't care that it's a year old. That was the craziest ending to a game that I've ever seen.
I couldn't.
Yes. And hey, stop by at 4 p.m. today. We'll see if we get another awesome one this year. In the meantime, speaking of awesome, we have a new relief Columbia jammer,
that is
Thomas the Train, going up against a relief jammer from Pittsburgh. That's Deer Dance. Deer Dance got 2 penalties the last time she jammed, so hopefully we'll have better luck this time and she'll be able to stay on the track. She's still on initial, though, and Thomas the Train coming around on the 2nd scoring pass. And I apologize, Cosmic. I think this is your jam that I just took over, so I'm going to hand it back off to you.
No, it's all good. Thomas the Train coming through on the 2nd scoring pass here. Getting held here by number 5 on Pittsburgh. This is the 2nd time, really saving every second Pittsburgh has.
Yes, luckily, Deer was able to stay out of the box, and she really great fight there. And now we have another team timeout. They've said it before, and I'll say it again for you. The last 5 minutes of a derby game are the longest 30 minutes of the game.
They're trying to keep everything together.
Yes.
All of our players are playing their hearts out. They're saying, I'm leaving everything on the track here.
Yes.
And
5th place at Nationals is nothing to scoff at. And you know what? Even the teams who don't win, they're the 6th best team in the country.
Yeah, I mean, think about that. That's crazy.
That's
for
crazy.
The open division here.
Yeah, we are looking at stars here, and I'm so excited to see it because we have 1 minute and 42 seconds left on the game clock. So this next jam could be the last one if it runs 2 full minutes. And our score is 290 to 71 Columbia. I think it's going to be a fun jam. We have Sirius, tried and true for Pittsburgh, going up against Tank from Columbia. Another, I don't say unusual jammer. That's the wrong word.
Just Columbia is, they're up, and this is the last game of their season. They're trying to get a lot of their skaters out there.
Yeah, as high point games as you can get. I don't know if you can get 119 points in a minute and 30 seconds. But, they're letting Tank go out there. Have it at him. Sirius, though, getting hit out and run back by Killman.
A lot of the games through the season, you normally wouldn't see anything like this because point gap matters. But this being one of the being the last game of the season here for both of these teams.
Yes, this is the last game that these two teams will play.
Them having fun, the scores are pretty much what they're going to be, and these teams are just going to have fun.
Yes, Sirius, though, gets lead and is now fighting on the 1st scoring pass. And there goes Tank. Coming around now, both jammers on their 1st scoring pass. Sirius hit out, bumped out again. Calls the jammer right before Tank gets any points. Tank disappointed.
Frustrated,
he wanted to score. And look at that, another timeout. Like I said, the last 5 minutes of a derby game are the longest 30 minutes of the game. Another new Columbia jammer. That's number 64, Kid Block.
Both of these teams trying to hold as much time as possible. They want to play the game so much.
It looks like what happened is both teams are out of timeouts, so Pittsburgh called their official review and are using it as their timeout. So here in about 30 minutes, it'll wrap up with no official review, and we will get going. These teams, they're having a great time. It's amazing to see. We're here to win, but mostly we're here to have fun at roller derby.
Oh, yeah.
And no matter who wins the tournament, I think Columbia and Pittsburgh just won the sportsmanship and having fun competition with the smiles that we can see out here on the track. It looks like we also got a new Pittsburgh jammer, too. Can you catch who that is?
I believe that is number 6'4", Kid Block. Is that, or is that Go-Go? Sorry, that is, yes, number...
Oh, wait, Kid Block from Columbia. We also have
Kid
someone new
Block
from
from
Pittsburgh.
Columbia. Oh, and I believe that's Forrest Bump jamming for Pittsburgh.
Fun times. All right, 2 new jammers to give us a show with the last minute of the game here.
So this theoretically could be our last jam, but knowing these teams, they're going to call it off, and Columbia's going to say, I want to use my official review as a timeout. I want one more jam.
Yes. Well, when it's the last game of the season, nobody can blame them.
Yes, absolutely. Both of our teams here showing some phenomenal blocker work, keeping these teams together. Kid Block knocking down a Pittsburgh skater here, taking a small little hop, making it all the way up and through, and collecting lead jammer here. Forced Bump still stuck in these Columbia blockers. Has taken off the star to give themselves options.
15 seconds left on the period clock. It is winding down, and our pack is a standstill. This last jam is normally the offensive showcase. On this one, though, it is the blocker showcase. These are not letting anyone go, and our period clock has officially run out. So the end of this jam will be the end of the game.
Oh no! Let's see, Thug Buggerson. No matter
his
jamming
sixth
or
penalty.
not, is going to collect a cut track.
That's the 6th penalty too. So good thing this is going to be the last jam.
Forced Bump here, getting hit out and ran back. And it looks like Kid Block here is also going to be stuck by these Pittsburgh blockers.
Yes. Kid Block is just being held in a tripod,
Kid
and
Block trying to make it through the inside.
Yes.
Another nice hit from
And Forrest
number
Bump-
56 here on Pittsburgh.
Violet Von Slaughter.
Don't jinx me.
Yeah, these blockers aren't letting anyone go. 20 seconds left in the game, unless it gets called off by Kid Block. And we haven't had any scoring pass get made, but looks like Forrest Bump has taken the star off their head. Oh, and there goes Kid Block. 2 seconds left, makes that pass, gets the points. That is our unofficial score is 293 Columbia to 173 Pittsburgh.
Wow.
That was a great game, you guys.
Now, I don't want to say it until this says official score.
Right. In case any of you didn't know, there's a couple seconds after the last jam ends for a team to call an official review on something that happened in the jam if they wish. Once the time has run out, though, we switch to the final score, and there it is. You want to give it to us, Cosmic?
That is the final score here. There's our final whistle. It's going to be 293. Your fifth place winners, Columbia, and Pittsburgh's 173 for sixth place here.
All right, so we just saw the 5th and 6th best teams in the United States playing for JRDA. That was an amazing game, you guys, and I hope that we can catch you soon for our next game. That is at 10 a.m., so should be starting up here in just about 20 minutes, maybe a little more, and that is going to be the female 3rd and 4th place game, Seattle Derby Brats versus Nashville.
You can see Nashville and Seattle, both teams ready.
Yes, and all right, guys, it has been a great game. I will see you tonight for the championship game. This
Yes.
Pinky Crusher, over and out.
437, Mom Likes Me Best. Number 517, the Curly Dervish. Number 54, Pound Cake. Number 6, Evelina. Number 823.
We live, Tommy? All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. We've already had a game today at the 2025 Junior Roller Derby Association Championship here in lovely Loveland, Colorado. My name is Chad Kilsky, joining you once again, along with...
Hi, I'm Smacky. This is my first weekend really doing some serious announcing. Having a great time doing it, though, and Chad Kilsky has been great all weekend.
Stop it. Stop it.
I'm not going to stop it. You
gotta
stop it.
You're going to make me blush. It's too early for that. All right, so for your 10 a.m. game, we do have Nashville Junior Roller Derby Nashvilleans skating in blue, and in white, we have the Seattle Derby Brats Galaxy. This is the female division. This is the third place game. So this one will determine who walks home with a medal and who does not. You might hear some cheering. Smacky, why don't you go ahead and tell us and who is skating in blue for the Nashvilleans?
Yeah, Nashville skaters. We've got number 9, Lunatic. Number 10, Mac Attack. Number 101, Roadrunner. Number 139, Calamity. Number 141, Poison Ivy. Number 143, Q-Zilla. Number 22, Blazing Grace. Number 394, Wings. 444, Felony. 47, Mayhem. 50, Hurricane. 615, Lethally Blonde. 666, Little Devil. The captain for the team, number 79, Toast. And number 814, Lunar Flare.
All right, and skating in white for Seattle, 00 Dust Bunny, 000 Kangaroo 009 Millihertz, 200 Chameleon, 305 Psychosis, 321 Rainbow Bite, 330 Allison Thunderland, also your captain, 36 Narwhal, 39 Rebellious, 437 Mom Likes Me Best, 517 The Curly Dervish, 54 Pound Cake, 6 Evelina, 823 Amir Cat, and 993 Frida Kapow.
And quick shout out to our volunteer officials here this weekend. On skates, we have Johnny Demonic, Shebra, Judge Double Wapner, Whisk, Shrimp and Roll, Jekyll Sides, and Extra Crispy. In the black, our non-skating officials, we have Stack Trace, officially Mel, Mortal Comcat, Pterodactyl, Thorn, Zookeeper, Goofy, Wednesday Adams, and Gnome Skull.
Shout out to all of our wonderful photographers here this weekend. I see Lloyd from Hit Squad already heading out to the middle to get some good shots. Make sure you check those out. And of course, if you want more information on the schedule, brackets, and scores for the weekend, go ahead and check out www.juniorrollerderby.org/2025champs.
That rolling whistle indicates that we've got a derby game here underway. Up on the line, we've got number 444, Felony for Nashville, and number 517 looks like the Curly Dervish for the Galaxy.
First lead jammer goes to Felony from Nashville. Definitely a very strong jammer for this team. We saw yesterday Curly Dervish still working on the initial apex jump, puts points on the board for Nashville in jam number 1. Curly Dervish still looking for the way through. Nashville 2-wall holding her back. I see Mayhem there. Massive defensive force for Nashville yesterday. So this is my first time seeing Seattle Derby Brats Smacky. Make sure you point out the good stuff if you see that. Now we have Curly Dervish completing the initial, Felony coming through for a third scoring pass. Definitely going big.
We do have, Curly Dervish out on initial. Unable to pick up any points on that one, though. Full 4 points on that pass for Nashville, though, bringing the total to 12. Lining up next, we've got number 39 for the Galaxy. That is Rebellious. And number 09 on the line, Lunatic. Lining up there, empty. Oh, not quite an empty penalty box. We do have one blocker in the box.
Congratulations for the first direction. Jam is live. Yeah, that did go to the captain, Captain Toast. And now we have a lead jammer status for Rebellious from the Seattle Derby Brats. So trading off leads so far in Jam 1 and 2. And we have our first jammer penalty of the game going to Lunatic.
Going to be a little bit of a power jam here in favor of the Derby Brats. Jammed up pack here around turn number 4. Rebellious ducking to the outside, getting stuck into the pack a little bit, trying to move around, and some great work by number 321 Rainbow Bite, knocking those Nashville blockers off to the inside, giving Rebellious a clean line. Gonna skate up to the inside and freeze the jammer in the box. That's Lunatic, sticking around in the box for about, looks like 5 seconds is what she's holding up. So she's got about 5 seconds before returning to the track. Pound Cake going to take the line for the Galaxy.
So in Jam 2 now, the Galaxy putting up 10 points for Seattle. Not a lead change yet, but maybe we will see this with this power start. This is a very short power jam as Lunatic is already standing.
Both teams sucking back to the line, able to avoid that false start penalty, though. And Lunatic is Pound Cake is out as the lead jammer. Lunatic back on the track and going to try to play a little bit defense. Takes a swing and a miss. Still stuck in with that Seattle defensive line. Seattle taking 1 penalty there. Looks like number 00 Dust Bunny on a directional call. Lunatic taking a pass through the pack and able to get that initial pass. And the jam is getting called. 4 points for the Galaxy, and we've got a lead change.
All right, 18-12. I don't know who's supposed to win this game. Do you? Has anybody said anything?
I don't know. I'm not super familiar with the JRDA rankings.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I've been told that there have been a couple upsets this weekend.
Yes. Although to get here, this is the teams who've lost a game. So Seattle did lose to Santa Cruz, and Nashville did lose to Rose City last night. So these two now will play each other, hopefully to get a win out of the weekend.
Yep.
Next jam is live. Felony on the line for the Nashvilleans. Narwhal for the Galaxy. We are seeing a cut track call. A cut track on Felony. So another jammer penalty for Nashville. Another power jam for the Seattle Galaxy. And another lead jammer for Seattle as well. So they are going to have a Team USA practice this weekend, too, with all the juniors here that are on Team USA.
Yeah, those jammer penalties are going to cause a lot of problems.
Yep.
Really don't want to see those, especially a couple in a row there.
Yeah, 2. Yeah, 2 in a row.
Number 36 for
and a cut.
Seattle.
Wow, big hits from Mayhem.
Pack advantage for the Brats as well, just as that penalty ends on the Nashville jammer. So they'll have a pack advantage going into this, but not a power start.
It looked like I saw an OPR call a cut track at the end of the jam, but I don't see that anybody went. Let's see. Yeah,
it looks like it was number 36, maybe.
So Hurricane is in the box for Nashville, along with that was jam 4. So that is a forearm on Qzilla. So 2 blockers in the box for Nashville as we go into jam 5. Frida Kapow now a new jammer for Seattle. Roadrunner for Nashville. Both of these teams do seem to have pretty solid jammer lines, so we're going to see some not people getting tired as some other teams may have done with a shorter jammer line. Finally, now a lead jammer status for Roadrunner and the Nashvilleans. Frida Kapow still working on the initial, having to do a little bit of a recycle there, a little backup, get some run up into that pack. Roadrunner hitting that pack in turn 1. Packs have stayed pretty slow. We haven't seen too much get all the way around the track, and a forearm assessed. A jammer penalty now for Seattle, a power jam for Nashville. I believe this is the first jammer penalty for Seattle.
Does look like it.
And, yeah, they're going to do that. They're going to ice this jammer in the box. That is something we have seen all weekend, is icing the jammer in the box, even if they're standing, even if it's the world's shortest power jam.
Yeah, what we've seen a lot actually is, folks just getting quick lead jam or not necessarily quick, but if they're having a hard time fighting through the pack, the second they get lead jam is they'll call the jam, freeze the jammer in the box for the opposing team, and try to give themselves a power start coming into the next one. Up on the line, 09, that is...
Lunatic.
Lunatic, thank you very much. Lunatic for Nashvilleans.
And, of course, Frida Kapow starting for the Galaxy in the penalty box. Although I've seen a lot of this desire for power starts, but not a lot of very well coordinated offense.
Yeah, it does seem to be a
Not
know,
successful coordinated
yeah,
offense.
right.
Yeah.
It's more just kind of like clumping up and not quite giving those lines that you really need as a jammer to be able to get out.
Right.
We've got Kapow standing, getting drawn all the way back by
That's Mac
Mac Attack. Thank
Yep.
you very much. And getting stuck into the
Nice.
wall there. There is not a lead yet.
No. This is a long time without a lead. It's been 45
Yeah.
seconds, finally, and now we have a lead jammer and 2 Seattle blockers in the box now for a direction and a back block.
And one for Nashville as well. But Frida Kapow is out on initial. Lunatic looking to score a couple points before calling it off potentially. And going to call it off. Picking up.
3
looks
points?
like 3 points, yeah.
Yeah. That was a direction that was a direction for Mayhem. So we've seen 2 directions for the Nashvilleans and 2 directions for Seattle. Holding steady on 6 penalties each so far, going into jam number 7.
We've also got Chameleon sitting in the box.
Yeah, those 2 Seattle blockers are still in the box. We're starting with Felony and the Curly Dervish for Nashville and Galaxy, respectively. We'll have to see what happens. Both teams are down a couple, but it is going to be Nashville. Felony with your lead jammer status.
Seattle back with their full set of skaters out on the track. Going to challenge.
Nice. A nice dip around the
Felony
outside.
coming. And we have another jammer penalty up against the Curly Dervish.
Okay. That's two jammer penalties now for both teams.
At least it's a nice even game in terms of those.
An even number of jammer penalties.
Even number of jammer penalties. At least no one's suffering too hard. But again, those are going to make everything so much more difficult. If you're going to take a penalty, you really don't want it to be a jammer penalty.
Nah, you don't love it.
Number 47 heading to the box. That's Mayhem for Nashville. And that is going to get called.
Tie game.
Tie game 26-26. 8-0 jam in favor of Nashville there. Going to have a power start for Nashville here. Number 101 up on the line, Roadrunner. We'll see if they can make good work of this power start. Maybe a little bit better coordinated offense, but they do have a pack disadvantage.
You gotta practice it to make it look good.
You do gotta practice it.
You gotta do that. So here we go. Let's see what happens. We see just one playing offense, which is fine. That's a thing that people do.
They are setting up for that.
It
jammer
works.
to come back in though.
Gets them moving up just enough. Can Nashville reform?
Roadrunner's lead jammer coming out on initial. And Curly Dervish really dragging that Nashville blocker all the way up.
Unfortunately, a penalty for Roadrunner. Lead lost. Now we will have a 2-minute jam.
Long jams. Mac Attack taking a high block penalty.
Mac Attack did pick up a few yesterday. It's hard to be tall, I guess.
It is difficult.
I don't know.
You end up getting a lot of high block penalties as a tall player, even
That's
if you're
true.
just standing there.
That's true. Sometimes I get low blocks that I don't think I did. I don't think I did it.
I've definitely taken my fair share of high block penalties that really should have been leading with the head.
On the other person.
Absolutely. And I've talked with the officials afterwards, and they've been like,
Tall skater problems.
They're like, no, we probably
Cry me a
miscalled that
river.
one, but we're so far past it. It is what it is.
So
it happens.
We thought we might have a lead change, but now maybe the Galaxy heard us and they were like, actually, no, we're not going to do that.
JK.
Just kidding. 8 points already on the board for the Galaxy in jam number 8.
Roadrunner through the pack, though, picking up 4 points, trying to close that
Ooh.
lead.
Okay. I've noticed there's a lot more tolerance for bleeding points of it. If you're like even just 4 ahead, they'll keep going with the jam. A multi-assess to Mac Attack, and also the pivot now in the box with a illegal position penalty. Didn't see the detail on that one. But again, another blocker being sent to the box, and there's nowhere for them to sit, so they will have to return to the track and then report when a blocker stands.
And Mayhem standing, so that means that number 43, or is that right? 43. Can't quite tell.
Mhm. So Mayhem returning. Mac Attack returning.
It seems like we are running this jam a little bit long. A little bit of
For sure. Qzilla is stuck in the box here for Nashville, and it appears to be Evelina.
we've got an official timeout happening here.
Ooh, official timeout. After an 8-8 jam and another tie score. Second tie for
It
this
does look
game.
like
We're
it
not
is.
even 10 jams in.
A lot of long jams, yeah. 12 minutes in, we are coming into jam number 9.
So we did see some coaches go to the middle. Are they going to call a...
Well, it looks,
Oh, there was a points question.
well, what looks like happened was
What had happened was...
what had happened.
What had happened was... Tell me.
All right, settle down there, Keenan.
Oh, everybody got 12 points. We still have a tie. Don't worry, folks.
Well, yeah. So what it looked like happened. I was kind of watching here. It looks like the jam was not called for time, despite going over that 2-minute jam limit.
Oh, fun. We distracted the jam timer with the exciting roller derby.
Yep.
I think you get points for that. Officials get points for that.
Bonus points.
Yeah. The secret officials points, where the rules are made up and the points don't matter.
So it looks like the officials are going to gather, try to reconcile this best as possible. You don't want to award any points that happened after that jam should have ended.
But I have a feeling we're still going to have a tied score. So
It might be, yeah.
Doesn't it matter?
It might be, might not be. But yeah, I wasn't sure exactly, when all those points happened. So
If a tree falls in the forest?
do the points even matter?
It's Sunday morning, and we're getting philosophical here at the JRDA Championships.
Feeling a little silly.
That's the lack of caffeine talking.
Oh boy, howdy! Yeah, I did not get nearly enough sleep last night. We had a very long game at the
I
end.
heard about that.
Yeah, you weren't here, were you?
No, I went home after my last call.
No, Benandy
I'm
and
smart.
Benandy and I were on mic in-house, spending a lot of
No,
time.
that's when you just play music and have an impromptu dance party with the crowd. That's what you should do.
That was
Yeah. I'm
beginning to
sorry I
happen.
wasn't here to make the suggestion to you guys.
All right. No, we ended up going with a lot of dinosaur facts.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Even actually, that's a great alternative. So good on you.
Dance parties and dino facts.
Dance and dinos,
That's actually
but no dancing dinos.
my new band name.
Oh yeah.
Dance party and dino facts.
Okay.
Some players, some teams who are not playing this week.
This one seems like it might be a little bit hairy to sort out again. Trying to determine when points were scored in relation to the end of a missed end of the period or end of the jam.
Okay.
It's going to be a little bit interesting.
So it's been your favorite part of the weekend so far. You're fairly new to announcing. So
I am
You've
new.
gotten to try some different things.
I'm big baby.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm enjoying it, though. I like announcing. Not a skill set that I ever particularly thought that I'd have, but
Me
having fun with
neither.
it.
So that is going to be the end of that official timeout.
We'll see how that resolves.
We do have 3 more games today after this. We're going to have 5 total. We're going to have an open division game, the 3rd place game at noon, the 2 p.m. gold medal game for the female division, and of course at 4 p.m. the open gold medal game. And then we'll have a little awards ceremony probably of some kind. Rubellious back on the line for the Galaxy, picking up that lead jammer status in jam number 9. Lunatic skating for Nashville. Looking for the way through. Lunatic, we have seen end up playing a little defense sometimes, waiting for our friend Qzilla to play a little offense, maybe create some space here. Rubellious already scoring 4 points in this jam. Lunatic now done with the initial. Rubellious in the back, getting stopped by Hurricane, who was maybe hoping for a little bit of recycle there, but Jammer stayed in, picked up another 3 points on that pass, bringing us 45-38, so breaking that tie.
On the track now, number 54. Number 54, Pound Cake for the Galaxy. Number 444, Felony
I only ever see 2 4s at a time. I never see 3 of them. All right.
Both skaters working their way through the pack here. Getting clogged up at turn 1. Very impressive defense by both these teams here, keeping it to a fairly low-scoring game so far. So you know it's very defensively oriented. Looks like Pound Cake is out as the lead jammer, as one of the Galaxy blockers heads to the box. That's number...
A Meerkats.
Yeah, 823, a
A
Meerkat.
direction.
Felony breaking out on that initial, though. Coming around to try to score, but does not look like they were able to pick up any. We've got full 4 points, though, for the Galaxy with Pound Cake at the helm. 49-38 is the score heading into Jam 11. Little under 16 minutes left in this first half.
So no intentionally long jams. Definitely no one's being told to run it for any length of time. Narwhal back on the line for the Galaxy. Roadrunner for Nashville. Ooh, big hit from Roadrunner. And
Able to pop right back up and take lead, though.
Narwhal still working on the initial, looking for space on the inside line. Almost finds it. Big hit by Qzilla. And a recycle back behind the jam line. This Roadrunner is trying to come through here on a scoring pass. They want to catch up. They want to tie up that game again, maybe take that lead.
Directional penalty assessed on the pivot. Number 330, Allison Thunderland.
Yeah, some of these games have definitely been determined by penalties. You know, I mean, very evenly matched teams who just got into penalty trouble with their jammers or their blockers and just letting the other team get lead and capitalize on it.
And 8 uncontested points for Nashville on that jam.
Yep. 3-point game.
3-point game, nice and tight here. Roadrunner able to make up a little bit of that difference. Next up, we've got Felony on the line and number 993, that is Frida Kapow. Pivot standing in the box for the Galaxy, so fairly quickly we'll have all 10 skaters back on the track here.
Really haven't seen too many star passes, to be honest. You know, I see people taking the star off. Unfortunately, Felony picking up a cut track call here, so no lead assessed. Frida Kapow
None yet.
has a chance to get it.
Do believe that that is still open.
Yeah, I didn't see the star come off.
I didn't either.
There we go. We got ourselves a lead jammer. Frida Kapow. Felony in the
Lead
box.
jammer.
Power Jam Seattle. Everybody's lining up now, coming into turn 3. Blockers messing with each other a little bit. But Nashville, it's time for you to set up and play some offense. But already 2 points, 2 goats. I don't see that too often. A big hit onto Captain Toast. Frida Kapow takes a spill, decides calling it off is the better part of valor.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, it's best there. Like, if you don't think that you can get back up and try to capitalize on that power jam, take a quick call off, freeze the jammer in the box.
Especially if you get knocked the wind out of you like that.
Yeah.
Better to start fresh.
Yeah, no dirty hits or anything. Just, sometimes, look, skating is hard,
And we did
even
see
at best of times.
Felony's still stuck in the box. So this is a little bit of a power jam for the Seattle Derby Brats here. Rubelia sent out to give it a shot and a direction on the pivot.
Number 8, that is...
Evelina.
Yes.
Number 6.
Sorry, 6.
Ooh.
I'm wearing my glasses and
nice
I still can't
spin. Nice spin move to get out of there, Felony. Oh, and I can't see that ref. They're turned around.
Recycle there on Rubelius, but able to dance up the line a little bit. Up, down the line.
Up, down the line.
Up, down the line. Out on initial.
That feels fine for roller derby, to be honest with you. Oh, okay. 4 points given to Felony there at the end of the jam. Another direction call. This time going to Mac Attack. No, just kidding. A direction on
Number
143. That is Qzilla.
Qzilla going to take a little seat.
Yep. That's 3 now. So 15 penalties so far for Nashville. We got 12 minutes left in this game to have fun with it. Seattle on 12 penalties.
Fairly even on penalties, though.
Yeah, not too bad. not outside the realm of messing things up. And of course, we have just had a lead change, 54 to 51. Now Nashville has retaken that lead in this next jam. Curly Dervish and Lunatic, tell me what's good, Smacky.
Take a shot of water. We are at elevation here. Make sure to stay hydrated.
I did ask for it.
Curly Dervish able to break out of the pack there, taking lead jammer. Looking to maybe reclaim that lead. There's also sitting in the box, 00. That is Dust Bunny as the pivot. Lunatic picking up 4 points. Oh, no. Sorry. Curly Dervish picking up 4 points. Apologies. I was looking at the wrong side. Curly Dervish picking up 4 points back into the pack. Lunatic, however, being knocked to the inside of the track at the apex around turn 1 and 2. Curly Dervish now getting drawn back to the back. And Lunatic through the pack on initial. Now eligible to score some points. And another blocker penalty assessed on 120 or 321. That is a cut penalty. That is Rainbow Bite, sitting for 30 seconds.
A lot of blocker cuts.
Yep.
A lot of blocker cuts this weekend, and I feel like it's a little bit the floor, and it's just a little bit too excited to hit people. And another lead change.
Another lead change, 8-4 jam.
1 point game.
Very tight here. This is good derby.
It's good derby.
It's good derby.
Really good.
Pound Cake up against Roadrunner here on the line. One blocker in the box for the Galaxy.
So Pound Cake
And big
immediately
hit.
kind of stopped by this Nashville wall in the back. Roadrunner, again, roadrunning it all the way through turn 1. 1 to beat, making them bridge. That was a really interesting knockout.
Yep.
I guess
Back
we're not
attack.
going to see a penalty for that.
Nothing there.
Looked like a direction from here. Armchair officiating.
Little hard to tell around that apex, though.
A back block assessed to Chameleon for Seattle and
Roadrunner through on lead.
Jammer. Made Roadrunner work for it, but always persistent. Pound Cake, again, determined to push the entire pack out of play. Did get a little bit of help, but it couldn't move the Nashville wall quite enough to get them moving. So now we're going to see Pound Cake recycled. And we do have a
Actually,
star pass.
not
That is
Pound Cake
Alice in Thunderland now with the star for Seattle. That's rough. Pivot's job is to make Jambi over. Roadrunner coming through on a scoring pass. Another lead change already.
We're back
Just
and forth
trading
on this
them.
one.
Roadrunner with 1 to beat. And
And
that
a
is
couple.
Evelina, who's been very, very good today. Chameleon and Evelina together, devastating 2-wall for Seattle.
Love to see that really coordinated
Yeah.
defense.
Yes.
Making sure that Roadrunner can't pick up all the points that they want to.
Nope.
Come back around for any more.
But I think
Did get all
did
four
get
on
all
that
4
pass.
on that one, but definitely had to work for it.
And looked like
Got
they
caught
wanted to try to
again.
pick up some more, but couldn't
Yeah.
make it.
Yeah. I've definitely seen this weekend, even if they lose the jammer or the jammer gets lead, there's a lot of like one person getting in and catching, which I honestly see is better with the juniors than with the adults that I watch a lot.
Yeah.
They catch and then another joins them, and it's all the same work all over again for the same number of points.
Exactly. Doesn't matter how many times you pass those hips. All that matters is that you pass the hips.
Exactly. Instant lead almost for Narwhal.
Very quickly through the pack up the inside.
Ooh, 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 star pass. Ooh, and a pop in the hip. We're going to see somebody get a penalty for something. Hurricane with the star for Nashville. 2 Seattle blockers heading to the box.
Actually-
3-2-7 for Seattle.
And Hurricane is heading to the box as well, so that's going to
No.
be a jammer penalty.
Oh, no.
Power jam in favor of Seattle here.
Wow,
Narwhal
wow.
looking to pick up some good points.
So Narwhal's lead. So that was an error. They did have Hurricane come out of the box. Right through, completing the initial,
very clean.
unchallenged. 10 out of 10 for Hurricane.
Narwhal picking up 4 points on that pass.
So Hurricane's done a lot of jamming and pivoting this weekend for Nashville, so definitely a triple threat.
Narwhal calling it before Hurricane
Ooh.
can pick up any of those points.
4 first. Okay, so
I think it
3-point
was-
game, Nashville
yeah.
in the lead. But the last couple of jams, it's just been back and forth, back and forth.
Back and forth. Number 9, Lunatic up for Nashville. Number 39, Rebellious for the Galaxy. And one blocker standing in the box for the Galaxy, about to bring them back to the track. But it does seem that that blocker in the box might have hurt them because Lunatic has lead.
It doesn't help.
Star pass there over to number 330, Allison Thunderland.
Yep, second star pass. This blocker has taken.
0 points for the Galaxy on that one. I'm not seeing any points for Nashville yet up on the board. See if any come through. But a clean penalty box. All 10 skaters out there.
Wow.
4 points for Nashville on that one. Widening their lead a little bit, 70-63. That's still only 7 points. That's one jam. That's easy to make up.
Yeah, so Seattle taking over Nashville with the penalty count by 3. That'll be interesting to talk about at the half. Frida Kapow on the line with Roadrunner for Nashville. Frida Kapow for the Galaxy. Roadrunner trying to take the inside line, but it is Frida Kapow. Oh, right there on the inside with 2 of the Nashvilleans to beat. And here we are again, another lead jammer status for Roadrunner in Nashville.
Roadrunner really good at picking up that lead.
For sure, for sure. Roadrunner coming through, hoping for Seattle to maybe not be totally set up. And hits a 2 wall, but it is Psychosis.
Psychosis.
And one of the 0-0s,
the
perhaps. Triple zero, Kangaroo. And 4 points. 4 points gets him just separated enough. And a direction call is being assessed to number 6, 1-5 Lethally Blonde for Nashville as Roadrunner picks up 4 more. Pack is starting to speed up, maybe going into turn 4 with 2 of the Nashvilleans to beat. I don't think going to get any of those points. Nope. But
No.
Unfortunately, 2 Nashville blockers in the box, 1 Seattle blocker in the box. 4.5 minutes left in this first half. Nashville extending that lead by another 8 points.
We do have a double-digit score differential here. 15 points between the two teams, 78-63.
I think this is the biggest one so far.
Biggest so far.
But it
has
doesn't
been.
mean anything.
No.
It means nothing.
We've definitely seen this weekend larger deficits made up very
Absolutely.
quickly.
Oh my gosh. Curly Dervish on the line for the Galaxy, Lunatic for Nashville. Nice spin moves on the inside line for that lead jammer status, Lunatic.
Curly Dervish out quickly behind, though, just about a quarter of a track between them. I think Lunatic might try to score some quick points and call it. That's what it looks like.
2.
Currently, 1 Nashville blocker sitting in the box. That is number 79, Toast, sitting on the forearm.
Captain Toast.
Captain Toast.
I really want some toast.
I had some waffles this morning. It was pretty good.
I should have eaten more food this morning. Pound cake on the line now. I want some pound cake too. That'd be good. Felony for Nashville. All these
I don't want
food
any
names,
felonies,
guys.
though.
You guys are killing me. No felonies, please. We wouldn't mind if Felony got lead jammer, and there she goes, lead jammer for the Nashvilleans.
A cut call assessed against Kangaroo.
Pound cake completing the initial felony. Yeah, getting that call off. 4 points.
4 points for Nashville, widening the lead a little bit.
Yeah, going into the half, you want to maintain that lead if you can. You don't want to hand anything to the other team if you're up. It's good to end on a high note. In 2.5 minutes, like,
That's nothing in Derby
there could be
time.
3 more jams. There could be
Exactly.
1 more jam. We don't even know. Nobody has used an OR or a team timeout yet,
That's
which
true.
is wild because
Yeah.
we've seen a lot of timeouts this weekend.
Yeah, oftentimes we'll see those used to try to regroup.
So Roadrunner taking an opportunity to try and knock the equilibrium out of Rebellious.
Hurricane with that hit out to the inside.
I want to see a little bit more of Jammer staying in bounds. I know it's hard on this track. I've skated on this track. It's slippery as heck.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah. You want your outdoor wheels usually. But I know that's contributing to a lot of the slide out of bounds happening.
Rebellious with just a couple blockers to beat, but Felony able to make it through to take, or I'm sorry,
Roadrunner.
Roadrunner, apologies, not Felony. Able to
Oh, just kidding. It was
No.
a penalty. No, Roadrunner. A
Roadrunner with the lead, and it looks like there's a late assessed lead jam given to Rebellious
yes.
because Roadrunner never actually acquired that lead jammer status due to the penalty. Rebellious fighting with Hurricane there. Hurricane doing a great job of trying to send them out of bounds. Now Rebellious with 2 more Nashville blockers to beat. That's 394, which is Wings up at the top with them. Roadrunner's now back on the track, making their way into the pack. Down 1 Seattle blocker. That is number 321, Rainbow Bite, with a directional call. That jam is going to come to an end. 5 points for Seattle on that one, closing the gap a little. 68 to 84 in favor of Nashville right now.
Got a little Nashville cheer going on here in the crowd. Jammer's doing a little dance behind the jam line.
Little jam dance.
A jam dance. Narwhal, jam skating perhaps, versus Lunatic. So Lunatic for Nashville already getting recycled on the outside line. You can tell this recycling hurts Lunatic in her heart. Narwhal finding a way through around fallen skaters to pick up that lead jammer status.
Looked like Mac Attack was pinned by their own teammate there, unable to get back up.
Sometimes it'd be like that. Narwhal right through on the outside line. A little bit of a side surf there for 4 points. So this is definitely the jam Seattle wants. They've got lead. They're scoring points. Lunatic is being held up by the Seattle defense. Mac Attack's in the box, so Nashville's down 1. And we see a forearm assessed to the Nashville pivot. So still pack advantage Seattle.
Number 47, Mayhem, sitting while Mac Attack is standing.
So Lunatic with the star in hand, choosing to block instead of jam. That's a choice. And that's going to be halftime.
Seems like trying to defend the lead rather than make up those points. Yeah, definitely an interesting
But it's not a big lead, so, you know, there's a chance for you to get points if they're not going to call it. Anyway, 84 to 68, Nashville, after several lead changes in the lead at the half. We will be right back in about 4-ish minutes.
Quick correction, it does look like there might be 3 more points coming in for Seattle on that pass. I don't think that those got added to the score.
Well, you'll see the update after the half.
We'll see.
There we go. All right, we are back. Game number 2 today. Game number 8 for the weekend. You are watching the Seattle Derby Brats Galaxy versus the Nashville Junior Roller Derby Nashvillans. Our score is 84-75. Galaxy picking up 7 points in that last jam before halftime. So this has been a pretty even game so far. A lot of trading. Who's in lead back and forth? This is a very even. These are very even match teams. They each have 21 penalties. They each only have 4 skaters who've gotten 0 penalties. You know who you are. Good for you. Only 3 jammer penalties for Nashville, 2 for Seattle, and yeah, nothing crazy. We had one pivot get a penalty as the jammer after taking a star pass, and we've had 2 star passes at least, but 2 penalties for that blocker as a blocker, not as a jammer. So that's good.
And nobody in danger of fouling out here.
No.
The most we have is 4 penalties for number 47. That is Mayhem on the Nashvilleans, who is going to start the half in the penalty box as the pivot. Little time left on that penalty yet to serve. That was a forearm call.
Yeah, had a few 2-minute jams in that one, so only 22 jams in the first half. I bet we'll see something similar in the second. The second half is where we're going to see who pulls ahead, who can keep it, who can keep it cleaner, at least not get any or fewer jammer penalties, and who has the best bench for time management.
Exactly. Yeah.
When it's evenly matched like this, your time management becomes incredibly important.
It really comes down to
Yeah.
all the little stuff. Yeah, and that's going to be work for the coaches to make sure that they're using their timeouts and their official reviews efficiently. It's going to be up to them to make sure that their jammers are calling the jams when they need them to
Correct.
preserve, a power lead or anything like that.
And I will say jammers have been pretty attentive to the bench. Nobody really calling it too late or too soon. Whoever wins this game is going to win that third place prize, whatever that may be. Whether it's a medal or bragging rights, I actually do not know the answer.
I don't either.
Things we want to know. After this, we do still have a few more games on the schedule today. This is your championship weekend. We have Des Moines versus the Pixies. So both of these teams have won a game and lost a game. So now they'll get a chance to face off against each other and maybe win another, lose another.
That
and, of course,
that will also be a bronze medal type game.
correct, for the open division. And then the female division finale will be Santa Cruz versus Rose. That should be a good game.
And the open finale is going to be Fort Collins versus Philly. I've been told by Ginger that this is the 4th year running that's the case.
Oh, wow, okay. So we've got kind of a Gotham Rose situation.
A little bit, yeah, a little bit trading back and forth. I mean, Rose is in the, female division here, but...
But, an
Right.
analogy.
I know what you
Yeah,
mean.
you know what I
I
mean?
know
Do you
what
know
you mean.
an analogy?
I know what you mean.
Do you like analogies? A lot of people don't.
I skate with Maven. I know what Rose versus Gotham is. I'm
yeah,
familiar.
right. Yeah.
Starting off the half here, it looks like we've got Curly Dervish up against Felony on the line.
So Curly Dervish picking up 1 penalty in that first half. Felony picking up 2. So neither jammer has been as squeaky clean as some of their jammer colleagues. And I will say Nashville's running a shorter jammer rotation. They're pretty much running Lunatic, Roadrunner, and Felony. And if they do a star pass when they need to. And then Seattle's been running more of a 4 jammer rotation. Narwhal, Rubella's, Curly Dervish, and Pound Cake. So here we are, jam number 1. Take it away.
It does look like Kangarooby is also starting in the penalty box there. Might have been assessed a late penalty between after the end of that last jam. We've got both of those skaters fighting up the line, though. Curly Dervish is up at the top of the pack, moving through the last of the Nashville blockers, and is awarded lead jammer status. A little bit late there as the official is trying to pull the whistle out of their pants. We now have Kangarooby back on the track, but still 1 skater for each team sitting. Felony now out on initial. 1 more blocker sitting down in the box for the Galaxy. And Felony through for 4 points, even though they do not have lead. Curly Dervish is going to attempt to call that jam, but Felon is going to be able to pick up 3 points, stumbling through there to pick up those good points. 4-7 jam in favor of Nashville. Nashville maintaining the lead 91-79.
So Qzilla picking up a penalty in jam number 1 for Nashville, and then Just Bunny and a Meerkat picking up a penalty for Seattle. So already 3 penalties added to the total in period number 2.
And it looks like there was also that was the low block assist on Dust Bunny right at the end of that.
2
there.
penalties. Ouchies. Bringing up to 4. We said nobody was in trouble, guys. That didn't mean we wanted you to get into
Don't
trouble.
get in trouble. Oh, maybe that's getting reversed.
So Nashville hanging on to that lead, 91-79, a 7-4 jam for jam number 1, heading into jam number 2. Lunatic on the line for Nashvilleans. Rubellius for Seattle. Rubellius getting it recycled back behind that jammer line. Doesn't want to touch Mac Attack if she doesn't have to. Lunatic with 1 to beat, now 2 to beat. Again, the defense by Seattle here. That was an interesting push there, but yes, 3-3-0 been very, very strong for Seattle. That is Allison Thunderland, usually the pivot, wearing that stripe now. Hopefully giving Rubellius a chance to pick up lead. Oh,
Big hit by Allison Thunderland.
big
to the
shoulder
outside.
hit.
Very clean, though.
Very clean. We're approaching a minute without a lead jammer. So everyone had a chat about defense at halftime.
That does seem to be the case.
Okay, a back block assessed.
On number
That is-
823,
A Meerkat.
a Meerkat.
So Rubellius now with 2 to beat at the top of the pack, heading into turn 3. Everyone deciding they need to lock down offense. We've seen the star fall off of Lunatic's helmet, and we do finally have a lead jammer with 38 seconds left in the jam. That is Rubellius for the Seattle Galaxy.
Really stiff defensive work here.
Yeah, everybody's really being careful with their arms. There's a lot of one-on-one blocking, but a hit on Rubellius. Hearing that call off from the bench. I don't know if this will be considered an injury call or not. They are going to pick up a couple more points here.
Does look like Rubellius is having a tough time
medics are
catching
going to come
their
over.
breath. They're asking
Okay.
for some air supplement.
Well, now we have somebody in trouble. we got a blocker now on 5 for Nashville.
Stay out of the box, kids.
Guys, we just talked about this. Well, while we have this, I can pull up the overlay fun stuff so you guys can see what we can see. Points per jam. So honestly, really even in that first half, a lot of trading off of leads. See, Nashville definitely had more leads towards the end and picked up points to overtake. But so far, 2 jams, 2 leads for Seattle.
Single-digit lead
Yeah.
by Nashville. And Rubellius is back up.
Okay. And just a look at those penalties for each team. I'll switch them back and then hide this before we hear that rolling whistle to restart the game clock.
And Mayhem is that skater that we were talking about who just took a high block penalty.
Ooh.
Is currently the only
A head block. An H.
head block.
Mhm,
Apologies, not a high block. You're right. Head block.
I've
penalty.
just about memorized the handy dandy WFTDA quick reference guide for penalties. High block is A.
I don't need to know what the letters are. I just need to
You
know
do
not to
need
do
to.
'em.
You do need to know the letters. But yeah, H is a head block.
Head block assessed on Mayhem, bringing them kind of into that danger zone that we're talking about, the 5 to 6 penalty range. Don't want to be fouling out. That 7 is your limit.
Okay, so what was the highest point differential in the last Like, what was the highest score that Nashville had pulled away? Like 20-something points.
In the
first half. In the first half.
In the first half, I don't think that they got a.
Double digits. Yeah.
The absolute. Yeah, it was.
Like 20-something. 20-something points
I
almost.
don't
Not quite
remember.
30. Damn. All right.
I have garbage memory. I don't know why you're asking me these things.
I thought you might remember. All right, here we go. We got a new
No.
jam. We got a new lead jammer. It's going to be Pound Cake. That is the third lead in a row in the second half for Seattle.
And that's what they need to
they
make
want
it
to take that lead back. Roadrunner sent back out. Already has the star in hand, looking for the pivot. That is Mayhem returning from the box. Seattle pivot sees Mayhem coming, says no thank you.
No,
No,
I'm
ma'am.
not gonna have that hand off.
Pound Cake on a scoring pass. We're going to see a multi assessed to Mayhem. That is going to be, unfortunately, number 6. And Roadrunner is out. Seattle choosing to call it after picking up 4 points.
Pound Cake freezing Mayhem in the box for the full 30 seconds. Looks like they called it off before that pivot was able to sit down. So they're going to start with a pack advantage and make the most out of it. Number 36, Narwhal up on the line for Seattle. Number 444, that is Felony. As Mayhem sits in the box as the pivot.
5-point game.
5-point game.
So Narwhal and Felony together again. We've seen this a few times, and it is
Narwhal quick to get out the pack.
But
probably going to see another.
Here comes Felony.
Points. Yep.
Felony can't be kept back.
Quick points and call is what we're likely to see here.
Oh,
No,
a nice
but
hop,
Felony
skip, and a
threw.
jump. Felony takes the 4 points that Narwhal wants.
Exactly.
I think, I think all 4 are in the sky there. Yep. Nashville maintaining their lead. Basically a 0-0 jam.
0-0 jam with a clear box. I think this is the first time we're seeing 139 Calamity skating for Nashville with the
First time with the
on.
star.
Curly Dervish on the line for Seattle.
So maybe a relief jammer. Calamity looking for space on the outside. Runs right into that Seattle pack. Curly Dervish knocking out Hurricane to take that lead jammer status on the outside.
Once again, really what Seattle needs here.
That's the thing. And again, another lead for Seattle.
4 in a row there?
4 in a row. No, 5 in a row.
5 in a row. And Calamity is going to take a seat in the box.
Unfortunately.
Looks like they were assessed on a multiplayer.
Yep, a multi. Yeah, sometimes you can take those jersey whips and somebody challenges that link. You don't think about it, but that is a multi. Dervish looking for space on the inside line. Not going to find it with Hurricane right there. The other two Seattle blockers waiting. It looks like we did have the other 2 in the back, maybe trying to play some offense. Or just stuck, honestly. This is the second time I've seen 2 blockers get goated together.
And we have a lead change with Seattle taking 1 point over Nashville on a 6-point jam, 96-95.
Holy moly.
So tight here.
What a game.
Shots of water all around.
New jam, number 6, Pound Cake. Calamity starting from the box, so a little 2-second power jam.
But has a big run up.
Yeah, a nice knockout to the outside, though, for Calamity. Again, the track is not anybody's friend here for sliding. Pound Cake with 3 to beat. Illegal position on number 3-1 for Seattle. That is Rainbow Bite heading to the box for a illegal position, maybe a destruction or failure to return, who could say.
Pound Cake taking lead and coming around on that scoring pass, but Calamity's out as well.
So more penalties there. I see Johnny Demonic in the middle there assessing some penalties. We've got a direction and an illegal procedure assessed to number 22 for Nashville. That is Blazing Grace.
Double penalty. Do you know what the illegal procedure was assessed for? Looks like it might have been an illegal exit.
Probably didn't leave the track quickly enough or skated, through the track.
Right.
Like on the track when you're supposed to just get yourself out of bounds as quickly as possible.
You have to run perpendicular, get yourself out as quickly as possible. Do not obstruct play.
Yep. And then also you see a lot of illegal procedure for illegal reentry. Like they come in the middle of the pack and they cut their own team or they cut the other team. So anyway, Rebellious on the line. Brad's hitting that century mark in that last jam, taking the lead a little bit further. Roadrunner
Hurricane
for
being assessed a
Nashville.
multiplayer.
Oh, but the lead jammer is Roadrunner. But basically all of the blockers are in a box.
Rubellious taking the inside line there.
Okay.
And able to make sure that Roadrunner stays in the pack with the rest of the Seattle Derby team.
So I'd say you should have ran this to try and get these blockers out of the box. But that was not the choice made by the Nashville bench.
No, unfortunately, Nashville is still going to start with a low blocker count here.
Yeah, if
2
you're
against 4.
You know,
where
if
you
you're
wanna
gonna
be.
if you're gonna do this and do 0-0 jam, you may as well keep going and get your blockers out of the box. That's the only thing. It's not good. Nashville's barely down. They want as many blockers on the track as they can get, and now we're in a position of Lunatic maybe feeling like she has to play defense. But if you don't practice this all the time, if you're not as good at defense as you are at jamming, you're just giving lead. And here is the lead jammer now, Narwhal for Seattle.
Narwhal coming around on that scoring pass, pushing up against the Nashville blockers. Lunatic being caught up by the rest of that Seattle team as well. We are seeing a very defensively oriented second half here.
Lunatic almost had that, but just lost the balance a tiny bit. Here we go. Finally some space on the outside. But it's a cut.
Given a cut call.
Yeah.
No lead. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Narwhal is still lead. Apologies.
Narwhal's the lead. Remains the lead jammer.
Lunatic was never lead. That's on me.
She's very good, so I can see how you could be confused.
We've just seen her as lead so many times.
Wow. What a tough jam.
Very much so. Chameleon picking up a destruction penalty right at the end of that jam as well.
Yeah. So.
Or I'm sorry, not destruction, directional. Too many things. Curly Dervish up on the line for the power start for Seattle. I'm going to try to make it through fairly quickly here. Get that lead.
That may
and
work.
widen it.
So Felony wearing the stripe now for Nashville.
Might be ready to take a quick star pass.
Maybe so.
We can see Lunatic standing in the box with the star off. Might be looking to hand that off quickly, limit the damage that Curly Dervish is able to do, getting through here.
So Curly Dervish definitely on a scoring pass now. Nashville maybe hoping for the star pass, but Felony is very busy blocking Dervish.
Very busy. And that's a wall that I wouldn't want to go up against.
Yeah, exactly. So Dervish, so Felony leaves maybe now to go play some stuff. A really nice defense here by Hurricane. A really clean knockout. Got that side contact really well. We have had a star pass to Felony. Okie dokie.
Curly Dervish up on the inside, able to stay inbounds.
Clean.
And calls it, getting all 4 points on that pass.
So fresh and so clean.
So fresh and so clean.
But again, Nashville defense holding Seattle to only 4 points. All that work for 4 points. 115-99.
It's a 16-point difference. That is, again, just one jam. Very tight game here. Although, that's not one jam when both teams are playing this tough of defense. We've seen a couple very long jams here for not many points.
Exactly so.
Pound Cake and Roadrunner up on the line here. Looks like Pound Cake is working their way up along the outside, facing off against Hurricane and Mac Attack at the top of the pack. And Roadrunner is able to dance through.
But
no, gets a multiplayer block.
Or
multiplayer. Not a very common penalty that we see on jammers.
No.
And Pound Cake is really working it. Looks like the entire Galaxy team is keeping Hurricane at the back to try to maintain pack back there, spreading out those Nashville blockers, and Poundcake is able to get through and claim lead jammer. Cutting inside and up along the line, calling the jam after some quick points to freeze Roadrunner in the box. Roadrunner standing, so just a couple seconds left on that penalty. We're at 16 minutes, 19 seconds left in this game. Coming into Jam 11, the second half of this game here at the JRDA Championship. We have a timeout being called out, team timeout.
First team timeout.
Taken by Nashville.
Okay. So they're down. They have definitely not been getting lead for a hot minute. Definitely everybody's been picking up penalties. We're sitting on 31 penalties now for Nashville, 28 for Seattle. So staying pretty close within 3 penalties of each other. Let's see, points per jam. Show me the points. So we have a little timeout. I can show you the fun stuff here. Look at this. So Nashville has gotten 1 lead in the whole second half so far. We've had 10 jams. Nashville's only gotten lead 1 time. Seattle taking that lead 9 times and managing to score on every single jam. Even when they weren't lead, they've picked up at least 4 points. But low scoring jams, nothing crazy. We haven't really had a lot of very high scoring jams. The highest scoring jams we've had are 12 points at any given time. So this just speaks to the incredible defense that we're seeing in this game. And so this is definitely different, where Nashville was really dominating that lead jammer status in the first half. So Seattle definitely had a really solid chat during that halftime, and it shows. We are back, jam number 11. Back takes off. We've got Rubelius on the line for the Galaxy, Roadrunner for Nashville, and it is going to be Rubelius for the Seattle Derby Brats Galaxy, your lead jammer. Pack heading into turn number 3. And we're going to see a direction assessed to the Nashville pivot. That is number 141, Poison Ivy. So first one for Poison Ivy. And a cut track call. Who's got that cut? He cut on 0, 0, 0. That is Kangarooby as a blocker. Another 4 on the board, this time for Nashville. Rubelius going to go ahead and call this jam off. We do see a few points go up, so it is still a positive jam for the Galaxy here. 6-4, 125, 103. 15 minutes left in this game. It is anybody's game. And for your reminder, this is the 3rd place game for the female division of the Junior Roller Derby Association Championship 2025. That jam is started. Narwhal versus Felony, another pairing we've seen a lot of today. Felony taking the lead for Nashville. This is definitely what they need. We've seen Seattle take almost all of the leads so far in this game. So Felony needs to score these points if they want to catch up. Seattle is not going to make it easy for them. Narwhal done with the initial running through. Nice juke. Definitely faster than that blocker. Felony coming through also here on his scoring pass. We see 2 more points go up for Nashville here. So a positive jam, but they still gave up points to the Galaxy.
Just 21 points between these teams here.
Curly
Up on the line.
Dervish.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Curly Dervish on the line with Lunatic. So Lunatic having a tougher time this game than we've seen in the past. Curly Dervish, again, knocked to the outside, knocked to the inside, getting that recycle. Just enough time for Lunatic to muscle her way through and get that lead jammer status. So Nashville must have heard me talking about it. So this is the second lead now. Third lead in this half for Nashville. We hear a lot of whistles going off here. Another blocker for Seattle in the box, a blocker for Nashville heading to the box. So both packs are down. And 4 points on the board for Lunatic. Dervish really struggling here, not even completing the initial yet. We do see their pivot waiting, but again, Mayhem is right there to make things difficult for that pivot to take that star. Lunatic taking a spill, giving two of these Seattle blockers time. A Meerkat with the knockout.
Evelina taking the star pass.
Oh,
for Seattle.
nice. Okay, first star pass to Evelina.
In Lunatic with the call off, but not quite fast enough to
Not fast
prevent those
enough.
points from getting gotten.
Again, like we said, another positive jam, but Nashville still giving up those points. They have, they're having to play some offense, but it's messing with their defense just enough.
And this really is a game of just single-digit jams.
Mm-hmm.
One set of jams, 1 point really can make the difference here. 17 points is not much of a difference in Derby.
And there's still time for Nashville to catch up and overtake.
Absolutely.
We'll see.
Now, that's not going to happen with Pound
We'll
Cake
see.
taking lead here. Roadrunner with the star cover off. Looking to break through that Seattle defense. Coming up against the very formidable line of Mom Likes Me Best, Rainbow Bite, Allison Thunderland, and Chameleon. Pound Cake up at the top and receiving some offensive assistance from Rainbow Bite. Rainbow Bite doing a great job of clearing that line for Pound Cake to pick up 4 more points. And again, more great offense. Allison Thunderland clearing that line now and freezing Roadrunner in the box. A couple seconds left on that. And it looks like Roadrunner might be... Oh, no, not in the danger zone. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong player.
No. On 4 penalties, though.
On 4 penalties and did take a forearm in that last jam. Rubelius taking the star for Seattle. Scores 142 to 117 in favor of Seattle here. The Derby Brats. Rubelius looking for a little bit of fancy footwork along the outside. Roadrunner coming back in. Rubelius knocked to the outside. And Roadrunner skating up along the inside line. Meeting a lot of resistance from the Seattle team, though. And is able to take... Oh, no, has not been awarded lead due to a no earned pass on one of the Seattle players. So that does mean that lead is still open. Rubelius could potentially take it. They have not yet removed their star cover.
That's good. I hate to see that. Ooh.
Now, despite not being lead jammer, Roadrunner is on a scoring pass here and is looking to earn some points.
I do want to see a little offense for Rubelius, continually getting knocked out to the outside line.
Yeah, really having a hard time there. But
lead is open.
Lead is open. And
It's been over a minute.
And that whole Seattle team is really doing a great job of keeping Roadrunner from earning any more passes, though.
But
so they're a little bit occupied, but they do need to help out their jammer there.
But probably has already scored 4 points.
Right.
Although time is on Seattle's side right now.
It is, yeah. They really need to be a little bit more aware of the management here. Maybe make a sacrifice on one.
A direction.
And also it looks like there's a penalty being assessed on Seattle as well. Can't tell who that is.
That is a Meerkat.
A Meerkat.
Oh, a cut track on Roadrunner. Still no lead.
Still no lead.
No lead.
With 10 seconds left in this jam, no lead has been assessed, awarded, or only lost by 1. And
is it? So no lead assessed.
No penalty
No
assessed
penalty.
on Rebellious.
We
We thought
thought-
that might be a cut.
Ooh, maybe. Hard maybe, but it was one hand out. That's okay.
Yes.
Toe stops were like right there on the line. No lead for that entire jam, unless they choose to say yes, it was lead at the last second. But
It might have been, but
maybe.
was not.
Just a 2-minute
awarded in
grind.
it.
You're welcome.
Yep.
Wow, and only 4 points.
So a little bit of a ticky-tack stuff about that penalty. Rebellious had one hand out, put one hand down in bounds. That does mean that they are still in bounds, though.
Yes.
None of their knees did not touch the ground.
Yes.
They were not considered in a downed position, and they did not exit the track. So they were considered in bounds and upright, and were not given a cut.
So
in
we
accordance
do
with that.
we do have a lead now. That is Narwhal for Seattle and jam number 16. So Narwhal here on a scoring pass. Roadrunner started from the box, but is also now back on the track. Not having had a break was the jammer for the last jam. That 2-minute grind and getting that penalty towards the end of the jam. Seattle losing a blocker to the box. That is number 321 with a forearm rainbow bite. Roadrunner through, star in hand.
On a scoring pass now.
Yeah, going for it. Seattle losing another blocker to the box, so we'll see what they do. Yep, they're going to call it. They don't mind starting with just 2 on the track.
Just 2 on the track and preventing Nashville from making up any of that point difference.
Yep, and only 4 points gotten by Seattle, but that's okay with them. They're in the lead.
And the trick there is
Huh.
that with 2 blockers in the box,
Yeah.
even passing one skater there would have given Nashville 3 points. So really smart move to call it off when they did.
But as we've seen, both of these teams are totally fine with a 2-wall
Absolutely.
and pretty good at it.
When you have blockers like these, you don't need the full complement of 4. You can have just a few people out on the track and really make a difference.
Precisely.
Now that said, the reduced wall does seem to be working in Felony's favor there as they pick up lead. Nashville going to come in, try to make up the point difference there. We have a difference of 25 points on the board, picking up 4 additional ones there in order to make it up. We've got one of the blockers for Seattle back on the track. Pound Cake still stuck in the pack, though, not having an initial pass completed yet. And being held up at the top by number 79. That is Toast, the captain. And Pound Cake is now out on initial. Felony's going to call it. All the skaters have cleared the box. That's 4 more points for Nashville, giving them 8 on the jam to 0 for Seattle's.
So now we're sitting on 35 penalties for Seattle, 36 for Nashville for the game. We've got 3 skaters on Seattle on 5, 2 on 6 for Nashville, and 1 on 5. And we still have a couple of skaters who have not gotten any penalties, including some jammers. So Seattle jammers are definitely keeping it cleaner than Nashville jammers, which is why you're seeing the score differential that we have here now. It's not much, but it definitely counts for something. You got to keep those jammers out of the box. Curly Dervish back on the line for Nashville, but it will be Lunatic who picks up that lead jammer status. She knows we're coming down to the wire. Dervish is through, completing the initial as Lunatic comes in, hits that inside line really hard, finds some space, 4 points, calls the jam.
Desperately calling it. And like you said, these teams are extremely evenly matched. We're looking at 36
yeah.
penalties apiece.
Oh my
We
gosh.
only have 3 skaters kind of in the danger zone for each of them. The only metric by which Seattle seems to be leading and is therefore has the actual lead in the game is those jammer penalties. Those are making such a difference here.
Oh, it really is, yeah.
We have a high block given to number 141 Poison Ivy for Nashville right at the end there.
So, yeah, again, Nashville sitting on now 10 jammer penalties. Seattle has only had 2.
Exactly. And
That'll do it.
to further illustrate that, Roadrunner sit in the box for a back block,
That's 6.
allowing Rebellious to take lead, jam, and is probably going to try to rack up these points, really widen it. We've said before that, point differences in the teens are not much in Derby, but when you get down to these last couple jams, they really can make the difference, especially when these are so tight and there's such tense defense here. You see Rebellious being very careful with the footwork to make sure to enter behind all of the Nashville blockers. Roadrunner coming back in, coming around trying to get that initial pass, but is being met by Allison Thunderland.
But getting some offensive help from
Getting a little
Hurricane.
bit of offensive help from
Roadrunner's getting the signal to take off the star from Hurricane, but Hurricane is not currently the pivot. The pivot is
No.
busy.
Pivot's busy.
The pivot's
making
busy
sure-
playing defense.
Making sure Rebellious cannot make it through.
So Hurricane trading places with the pivot, hopefully, so
And that's really smart play
Poison
by-
Ivy can go. That was really smart move by Hurricane, but
really smart move.
Poison Ivy doesn't seem to get the message in time.
But really heads up play. Like
Right.
excellent eyesight by Hurricane recognizing,
Getting right
hey,
in
I
there.
need to get my pivot out and
Yeah.
give my jammer the opportunity to pass off that star
Yeah.
and say, hey, I'm going to take your place. I'm going to get in this wall. You need to get up front.
Okay, so lead extended now 150 to 33. This is not even 20 points.
No.
We have 2 minutes, 46 seconds on the clock. Official timeout. Bench coach is taking an opportunity to go talk to the refs.
This is the time where we, as commentators, get to wildly speculate about what they might potentially be talking about.
Where's the best pizza in Loveland?
And the answer is, I don't actually know.
Yeah, I was like, do you live here? Do you
No.
know? No.
No.
Don't look at me like you know
I
the
was, I was
answer.
going to say Bojo's, but I don't know if there's a Bojo's in Loveland.
I mean, Bojo's is all right.
I like Bojo's. I mean, I'm a Colorado boy.
Oh, there you go. I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying it's all right.
It's all right.
Yeah.
It's a different thing. Oh,
Okay.
you know what this official review might be about is we just received
It's
a
not an official review.
or I'm sorry, an official timeout.
Yeah.
Apologies, not an official review. Official timeout might be. It looks like Roadrunner has picked up that 7th penalty.
Oh no, a cut track at the end, a fell out. So
Yeah.
Roadrunner has been one of the main jammers for Nashville, but again has contributed a lot to those jammer penalties.
And you do not want to see a foul out for a jammer
Ah.
because that means a long power jam.
Well, new jam. They've
That's true,
they've
yeah.
substituted.
Yeah.
So Felony now, it looks like Felony. They see fours
It looks
is
like
in the box. So
yeah.
been subbed in for Roadrunner, who has fouled out.
it looks like because that cut was assessed between
Yeah.
jams,
Yes.
they don't have to sit for the full 2 minutes.
Yes. So no OR needed. Narwhal on the line for the Galaxy. Yes, finds that space. So patient, so smart. Sees that daylight, jumps for it, picks up lead. Nashville getting ready to try and catch Narwhal. Double O Dust Bunny over there, hoping to play a little offense for Felony.
And Felony
There we go.
out very quickly, streaking out of the box and able to take the initial pass there. Not going to pick up any points on that pass, being prevented by Seattle blockers. But 4 points for Seattle on that one, 154 to 133. Extremely tight game. Timeouts being taken by Nashville.
Yeah, so just to point out, 3 jammers for Seattle have not gotten any penalties. Poundcake, Narwhal, and Rebellious. They've been clean this whole game. Every single person that's jammed for Nashville, we even had a Piveres jam at penalty. Every single one has gotten at least one.
And as a MRDA team that takes a lot of jammer penalties, let me tell you, it is frustrating.
Clean it up.
Clean it up, y'all.
I'm saying that to you, not to the children. I feel
No,
like
no,
that's rude to say.
No,
to
no,
the-
no, no, no.
They have parents and coaches
No,
that
you
can
you
tell
can
them
talk to
clean,
the ground control guys
Yeah.
like that, though.
clean it up, boys.
Yeah, again,
Not every flag is a green flag.
it's true.
Yeah.
Again, the only metric here that we can say is like really leading to this point difference are those jammer penalties. That's
and I'm
causing such a problem.
I'm reminded of something that Evil X said to me once. She's over there at the Skate Rats booth. They've got all the gear this weekend. X told me, she's like, every flag is a green flag. Red flags are also green. I'm colorblind. I never saw an Apex jump that girl wouldn't take.
I was gonna say I don't know that X is necessarily the best judge of when to go for it.
X says yes.
X will go for anything. We've got Pound Cake and Felony up on the line.
I say that
here.
with all the love and respect in
no,
the world.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Excellent jammer, excellent player.
But here
very
we
smart.
go. Watch. We've seen some really smart jamming by Felony and Pound Cake
Felony getting
this
drawn
game,
back.
but both of them are still working on this lead status. It is Pound Cake, but Felony's right there, trying to regain balance.
And it looks like these teams are going to try to run it. I think that's going
Okay.
to favor, or maybe I should say, Seattle looks like they're trying to run it as long as they possibly can, maintain that lead. A 0-0 jam works in
Ooh.
their favor this time around. I think they're probably going to run it as long as they
Yeah,
possibly can.
they totally should.
Because
If they let this period clock expire, there's no amount of timeouts in the world that can matter.
right, you are putting it then on Nashville to say, hey, put up 20 points or don't do anything.
Right.
Right.
I mean, it's felony, so stuff is going to happen. And there's 4 points now. 2 Seattle blockers in the box.
That will make it a little easier for Nashville.
Wow.
Oh,
Yeah.
and jam getting called.
Big hit into the Pac-Man pancake, calling it from the ground.
Calling it, but not an injury.
No, maybe not. So 7-5 jam in favor of the Galaxy, still hanging on to that lead, 161 to 138.
We talked about the little things here. I think, if I were on the coaching staff here, I would be calling a timeout right now, preserving as much time as I possibly can. For
Oh,
Nashville.
no, even 0-0 jam, 161 to 140.
Yeah.
Okay. We will have one more jam.
Exactly one more jam, which, again, I
With
think works.
4 seconds on the period clock.
I think that works in Seattle's favor here.
Okay.
And I think the clock management could be potentially taken a little bit better by the Nashville coaching team there.
But look at
But if you get lead, it doesn't matter.
Definitely the last jam in the game. Nashville taking that lead status. Most of the blockers returning to the track here. Lunatic with 3 Seattle blockers to run away from.
Curly Dervish getting blocked back into the pack by these Nashville blockers. Excellent work to reclaim that top. Keep them stuck in there. Now Lunatic fighting hard as they possibly
big
can.
hit onto Curly Dervish. Does get up.
Curly Dervish getting hit to the outside.
Kangarooby going back to the box. That is going to be number 7 for Kangarooby. She will not be released. 58 seconds.
And Curly Dervish now breaking out of the pack.
Ooh, buddy. So that was Dervish's initial.
Yes. Now eligible to score, though. Getting snuck up on by Mac Attack.
Oh.
Not knocked out, though.
Almost.
Great
Gosh,
balance,
Dervish,
great toe
so
work.
good. Lunatic, 3 blockers to beat. We're going to see a direction. Assessed to number 200 at the end. Chameleon.
We've got 30 seconds left on this jam. Big cheers from everyone. And Curly
Another
Dervish.
direction assessed to Mac Attack this time.
Yeah. I mean, Nashville is definitely getting
my
desperate here.
gosh.
I don't think they're going to be able to make it up.
They got to stop
quite in
running so
time.
Lunatic can catch up. Guys, stop. Dervish unchallenged.
Yeah.
Lunatic unchallenged.
Very empty track here.
Going to the end.
And time's going to go
Oh
there.
my gosh. What a game.
169 to 156 is our unofficial score. We'll see if there's any updates to that. But short of anything very monumental, that's going to give Galaxy Seattle Derby Brats the 3rd place in this tournament.
Wow. Congratulations to both these teams. We'll wait for that final whistle to say the scores, but what a game. What a great defensive game. These teams were so evenly matched. Just so much jammer penalty trouble. More than 10 jammer penalties for Nashville. And Seattle only had a few, less than 5. So that's the story, guys. And Nashville almost still pulled that off despite all of those jammer penalties.
Exactly, yeah.
So if
These are
they can
two
clean it up,
great teams.
they will beat this team the next time they play. All right, that is the final score. 169 to 156. Seattle Derby Brats Galaxy takes that win and 3rd place in the female division of this 2025 JR Junior Roller Derby Association. Junior Roller Derby Association Championship. Smacky, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jake Elski. I
It's so
really
much
appreciate
fun.
you having me on here, showing me the ropes, giving me a little bit of space to try this out.
I think you're on your way.
I'm working on it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thanks everybody. We will be back as close to noon as possible with the next game, which
Des
will
Moines versus the Pixies. Please stick around. That's fit to be a great game.
Yes. All right, thanks everybody.
Cheers.
And welcome back to Game 9. This is the bronze medal game for the Open Division. So it's going to be a knockdown, drag-out, tough game with Des Moines Derby Rats versus the Pixie Roller Derby. And I am Sassy B, and I'm here announcing with...
Ginger Spice. Both of us, Denver, Colorado is our home, folks, here. Really excited to be announcing this game. I was here very late last night, as you were, watching the Pixies play last night. So it was, there was quite a big delay, and it was an exciting game.
And so it's going to be another good close game, I hope. So let's go ahead and introduce our skaters for Pixie Roller Derby. We've got 000 Trisket, and we've got number 13 Glitter Bomb, who is also your captain. Number 14 Striking Viking. Number 1849 Gold Rusher. Number 188 Hell on Wheels. And number 222 Karma. Number 26 Sugar and Spite. 27 Firecracker. Number 3 Little Miss Savage. And number 426 Ace Hard Scare. Number 8 Powerhouse. And finally number 9 Brutal Beauty.
Awesome. And skating for Des Moines, we have 111 Joe Mama, 12 Midnight, 15 Deslaya, also the captain, 17 Tsunami, 19 Verbatim, 20 Ghost, 2010 Miggy, 21 Salty Cupcake, 2187 Fun Size, 51 Rose, 55 Vertigo, 57 Jello, number 9 is Twig, and then 911 Lady Carnage.
And then a big shout out to our officials as well. On skates, we've got Breadpool, Nick Tater, Jawbreaker, and really a hands down to Jawbreaker. She is our only junior referee out here, and that's a junior referee out here at the level of a championship tournament. So hands down to Jawbreaker. She is crushing it out there. But also we've got Yoshi Didn't, Adam Splitter, Illinois, and Sydney Vicious.
For our non-skating officials, we've got Anya Arson, Rocket Chop, Wreck-It Ref, Diva, Asylum, Bionic, Envy, Huggins, Ivana Rage, and Vicky Vanish. As we know in Derby, everyone here is a volunteer, so we appreciate them and look forward to this game. Why don't you kick us off?
All right, so jamming for the Pixies, we've got number 3, who is, is it number 3?
Yep, 3, Little Miss Savage.
Oh, Little Miss Savage. And she is kicking it out, and out as our lead jammer. Jamming for Des Moines, we have Miggy. And Miggy is also out and looking to score some points. Some big hits to the inside. But Little Miss Savage slides right through and calls off the jam for 4 points. For a quick lead as a 4-0 to the Pixies.
All right. And both Miggy and Little Miss Savage, both are Team USA skaters. So in about 2 weeks, they'll be heading to Australia. So that's exciting for them. Next up on the line, we have Hell on Wheels, 188 for the Pixies. And then for Des Moines, we have Twig, number 9. You'd think I'd have all these memorized by the end of this weekend, but...
I know, but there's a lot of roller derby going on here. So both jammers pushing hard through the pack. Yep. It looks like Hell on Wheels is recycled to the back. Twig is pushing towards the front of the pack.
All right, and it looks like we've got Twig out for the lead jammer status for Des Moines, and Hell on Wheels now also out and able to score. Oh, wow, quick inside line to get those 4 points for Twig, and then they'll go ahead and call that.
That brings us to a tie score game at 4-4.
Yeah, just keep this up for the whole rest of the game.
I do love a really good close game. It makes it more exciting, more fun for everybody to watch.
Yep. I like the Derby Brats in black today. It looks really nice in the black bottoms and also the black shirts. Looks really cool.
And as we were watching yesterday's game with Des Moines, we noticed that they like to do those real quick jams and call it off. So let's see what the strategy looks like today. We've got Little Miss Savage on the line for the Pixies, and then jamming for Des Moines, we've got number 57, Jello. But Little Miss Savage is squirrely, and she is through the pack as your lead jammer. Keeping in mind that she is a Team USA skater, so she's just gearing up for that World Championships in 2 weeks. All right, looks like the penalty box is cleared. Little Miss Savage takes a wide outside lane, but slides through for 4 points. And then a hop, skip, and a jump, and Des Moines is out and looking for some points. Little Miss Savage calls it off before Jello can get to the pack to score any points. So we've got an 8-0 jam in favor of the Pixies. They are up now 12-4.
All right. Next up on the line, you'll see both Little Miss Savage and Miggy. You'll see a lot of times today, and we've got a matchup here between Miggy and Hell on Wheels for the Pixies. And this is our third game today. And this is the bronze medal game, of course. And already Miggy getting to the top of the pack up there at turn 1. And out for the lead.
Hell on Wheels is looking to bust through that pack. Almost got out, but recycled back is that tough defense from Des Moines.
Okay.
But running up the inside, a great spin move. However, Daslea is working hard to maintain that pack. And a big hit from number 8, Powerhouse, from the Pixies. But Hell on Wheels is out of the pack.
All right, and Miggy calling that jam off. And 8 tying up the game with an 8-0 jam for Des Moines. They're going to keep this game tight. I anticipate probably most of the game. Both teams got some rest last night coming in, not having to get up too early like some of the other teams this morning. And starting to, when you're here even for a few more days, the altitude starts to get easier. But you can tell they're still feeling it.
Absolutely. Well, we've got Little Miss Savage on the line in the star for the Pixies. And number 9, Twig, is going to be jamming here for Des Moines. Both jammers are just pushing hard through the pack. Little Miss Savage knocked to the inside, but also Twig. Both jammers are cycled back and making a run back for the pack again. Bodies are flying all over the floor, but Little Miss Savage pops out as your lead jammer, while Twig is cycled back to the back of the pack and looking to make his way through. Little Miss Savage coming into the pack for a nice little trip to score some points, but hit to the outside and recycled back. It looks like Slayer is heading to the penalty box for a penalty. Twig is now through the pack on his initial pass. However, Little Miss Savage calls it off and says no points for you. So Pixies have a 2-point lead over Des Moines.
Jam on jam? Huh? Are we going to go back and forth jam on jam? I just pop it. Sorry. Okay. I will let you take this one. Sorry.
All right. Next we have up on the line, looks like Sugar and Spite, which I love that derby name. And then for Des Moines, can't quite read the number yet, 57, that is Jello. Yeah, so we've got Jello and Sugar and Spite up here. And looks like Sugar and Spite has made it out for lead jammer real quick out of that pack. And Jello coming up on the inside, but getting stopped by Powerhouse. And looks like, yep, a penalty on Powerhouse. Oh, wait, no, they're saying no, it's not a penalty on Powerhouse, sending Powerhouse back to the, I felt like I saw maybe a forearm there, but obviously not. The refs are closer. Sugar and Spike calls off that jam with 4 points, making it 18-12. Not the year, but the points in favor of the Pixies.
Well, we all know as officials, sometimes whether or not we've got that penalty, it all depends on who initiated it. Is somebody right into it? What was the impact? There's a lot of things that go into whether or not a penalty was called. So sometimes a penalty is called, but another referee saw something that was a little bit more clear and it can send a player back. Sometimes players actually think they hear their number and they self-report to the box and they have to get called back.
Yeah, we've seen that a lot of times. And I think they do that sometimes when they think they might have done something wrong and got caught.
Exactly. Well, we've got an official timeout right now. So those officials in a nice little huddle. We're not sure what they're talking about, but a quick little official timeout. Of course, that's a great opportunity for both of these teams to grab a little bit of oxygen and get ready to skate again.
Yeah, I do think I love that I live at altitude because, and especially that our, as you know, both as you people don't know, those of you watching from home, both of us have skaters that skate as juniors, and we know that when they go to sea level, they're feeling great, and then when people come to us, they're sucking for air, and we're not. So it's nice to train at altitude.
It does give a little bit of advantage to these higher level teams. When you live at altitude, you get a little more oxygen.
Yep. So far, there's been some penalties, but nothing too crazy yet. We'll see. I think, you typically start to see as the game goes on second half is when those penalties start to pile up.
Especially in a close game like this.
Yeah, for sure.
While we're here in this official timeout, I'd love to give a big shout out to our medics because, without our medics, we cannot have our roller derby game. We always have to have those medical eyes on the track so that we can keep our players safe.
Looks like things are winding down from whatever the official review was. And I always like to let people know Pixies are from Spokane, Washington. There's quite a few Washington teams between Seattle, Tacoma, Spokane. A lot of derby in Washington State.
Absolutely. And then, of course, we've got Des Moines from Des Moines, Iowa.
Yeah.
And both teams are coming here from roughly sea level. So it's always interesting to see who handles the altitude better.
Yes, for sure.
Now, keep in mind, the winners of this team, or of this game, are going to have the third place bronze medal for our championship tournament. But we have more derby coming up later on today. After this, we've got our game at 2 o'clock, and that's going to be the gold medal #1 game for the female division. And then at 4 o'clock, we're going to see our gold medal, gold and silver game for the open division. So stay tuned. Don't turn off this stream too soon because some really good derby is coming up.
Yeah, and I think same matchups for the championships games as last year. Rosa and Santa Cruz, and then Philly and Foco, 4th year in a row that they are meeting for champs. And Philly has won 3 of those first 3 games, and Foco, of course, is hoping to get that gold medal finally this year. They lost by just 1 point last year. So for those of you watching last year, that was an exciting game, a 1-point game with Philly taking the gold last year.
Wow, that is exciting because I know Foco is coming in as the #1 seed to this tournament, so it should be an exciting, fun game later on. And also, in 2 weeks, do tune in to our Junior Roller Derby channel because we will be streaming for the World Championships in Brisbane, Australia.
All right, we're still official talking some things over. This Pixies and Des Moines also came to champs last year as well. In fact, 5 out of 6 of the teams that are here were here last year. So it is, it's kind of when you hear those like kind of Super Bowl teams and teams that just keep it going year after year, it seems that these top teams are able to continue to go each year. Now, I will say, as we're sitting here on this break, both of these teams do not have many seniors graduating. Earlier today, if you knew, Pittsburgh is losing 10 of their players, which is really hard on a junior team.
That's a lot of skaters to lose for a junior team.
Yeah, but with Des Moines, they just have 3 people graduating. They have a fairly young team. They had quite a few graduates the last couple of years. So Verbatim is a senior and graduating. Fun Size and Vertigo all graduating this year, and let us know who from the Pixies is going up.
Well, and the Pixies only have 2 graduating seniors, so we're going to have Trisket is a graduating senior as well as Little Miss Savage. So that's kind of one of the interesting things with junior roller derby is when they age out. And so from one year to the next, you don't really know what the teams are going to look like as you come back to see them year after year. Sometimes you might only lose 1 or 2 skaters, and some teams you might lose 8 or 9 in a year, and they might have to go back for a rebuilding year and try to grow some of their younger players or pull up from a B team.
Yep. And I think what makes it, I know a lot of people in adult roller derby world. That's why every year they restart the seeding. Everything once the season's over, all the stats, everything there, it doesn't matter anymore because it's all different teams. Whereas in WFTDA, they're constantly they're always counting their stats season after season.
Well, with the adults, a lot of those skaters will continue skating well into their 50s. So I'm going to tell you, these juniors, especially the ones aging out, this is not the end of your roller derby career, folks. We can continue to see some of these amazing skaters. And I wish I had started as a junior. Imagine, I might have actually been good.
Yeah. I do say the adults always say they can tell when someone's been a junior skater because they just have a high skill level. They know the game, they know strategy because typically a junior is just receiving a lot more coaching than the adult leagues.
They do. And the pack awareness, especially when you're looking at these high level teams here at Champs, their pack awareness is amazing when they know exactly how far they can go before they drop somebody to bridge and try to hold that jammer at the front of the pack because nobody wants to get a penalty for breaking the pack. And you see that way more in the adults than you do here in the juniors. These juniors really know their stuff.
Okay, all right. Next on the line, we've got Miggy and again, Little Miss Savage. And Miggy trying to make their way in through the inside line, going back to the middle. Gold Rusher trying to deny Miggy that lead jammer status. But Little Miss Savage also getting held up by that Des Moines wall. Oh, wow. Cut called on Miggy, so that gives Little Miss Savage lead jammer status. And boy, in these games, a jammer penalty is just so hard. It really can change the whole outcome of a game. And it puts a lot of pressure on those jammers as well. Little Miss Savage getting knocked inside. And the Des Moines wall is holding firm. They do have their full wall out there. But Little Miss Savage knows how to get out of just about any situation. She's strong and very, very fast on her feet. But you can definitely tell. You can see the, breathing heavy, feeling the altitude.
Well, and jamming is just a test in that cardiovascular stamina for sure.
All right, Miggy came back in, immediately got out of the pack, and now Little Miss Savage calls it off. But looks like we'll see if they got 4 or 8 with that jam. I think it was just the 4. So that was a 4-0 jam for the Pixies. Only a 10-point difference in these scores.
It is still a close, tight game. But I will tell you, those jammer penalties really make a difference in the score. All right, right now we've got Sugar and Spite jamming for the Pixies. And Twig is up for Des Moines. Twig takes the front of the pack, juking back and forth. Both jammers looking to come up the inside, maybe juke to the outside, and then back to the middle again. And Twig is pushed out of bounds and recycled back. It looks like we've got the pivot for the Pixies into the penalty box. I did not see what the penalty was. All right, that Pixie defense holding Twig back. But Twig has come out as lead jammer. Sugar and Spite working in the back of the pack, trying to get past this tough Des Moines defense, while Twig heads back to the pack looking for some points. All right, pressing through to the very top of the pack and zips past Powerhouse as Powerhouse goes to the box for a penalty. Twig picks up 4 points. Sugar and Spite still working to get in through that initial pass because this Des Moines defense is just stellar. Twig dances across the outside line and zips through for 4 more points, closing the gap. Sugar and Spite took the star off, looking for a possible star pass, but managed to pop out, puts the star back on again, and is now looking to score some points. But Twig says, nope, not going to happen. I'm going to call it off. And that is a 12-0 jam for Des Moines and a lead change. Des Moines now up by 2 points.
Wow. See, it all can happen. One jam. Next up, putting in Gold Rusher as a jammer this time. Definitely a double threat as a blocker and a jammer. Going up against Jello for Des Moines.
Don't you just love some of these names like Jello?
Yeah. I love Derby names in general. There's some really good ones. But Jello, speaking of, has made it out to the front of the pack and, manages to stay in with the lead. That was amazing. Took a hard hit, but managed to stay inside the lines. Gold Rusher also now out and looking for points. And Jello quickly calling it off. I wasn't really sure from this angle if he was inbounds when he passed those skaters, and it looks like no, he was not. So
Yeah, it looks like a foot may have come outside because the jam ref is putting up a 0, but not a cut call because Jello didn't get up.
yeah,
They
called
just
it
stay
off.
down.
Luckily, did not get up. Otherwise, it would have been a cut. So holding them a 0-0 jam there.
All right, going into Jam 10, we've got Little Miss Savage jamming for the Pixies, and it looks like Miggy is up again for Des Moines. And a little stumble there at the front of the pack. Miggy is out as your lead jammer, but followed close behind by Little Miss Savage, only about a quarter of the track behind. Miggy heads into the pack and gets cycled back by Hell on Wheels. Little Miss Savage is through the pack for 4 points. Miggy's still working to get through and pops out for 4 points as well. Keeping in mind that Mickey is the lead jammer, so he has the opportunity to call it off at any point in time. Little Miss Savage has zipped through the pack for 4 points. She is that tiny but mighty and is really challenging for this defense to stop. Miggy goes down a couple of times near the back of the pack, but pops up and is ready to go again. And the jam is called off. All right, it's a 12-4 jam in favor of the Pixies, who are now up 34-28.
Oh, we're on official timeout. I saw some, it's always different when you're sitting still. I saw some action that could have been maybe a penalty over here, maybe a low block. We'll see. I think that's what the referees are discussing. The goal is also actually not to wait for them to call for an official review. If you think something happened and one of the refs saw it and one didn't, it didn't get called, they want to talk it over,
Absolutely. And, and I think I also saw what you saw, but the question there is from an official's perspective, who had the position? Was it just an incidental stumbling over each other, or did somebody distinctly cause a tripping penalty? Because you never know what's going on in the eyes of the officials. And yes, if somebody sees something and they want to have conversation about it, they will absolutely have that little huddle in the middle and possibly get a penalty called. But it looks like we've only got 2 skaters for Des Moines in the penalty box. Nobody new heading in. And we're getting ready for Jam 11.
All right, we've got Gold Rusher up against Jello. And, Gold Rusher really pushing his way all the way to the top of the pack and out so very quickly past that wall, depleted with only a 2-person wall for Des Moines. And a huge apex jump there at turn 1 and then calls it. So grabs those 4 points, getting their lead to 8 over Des Moines.
Well, we've got 17 minutes left in this half, and this is only an 8-point game. It's really anybody's game. So we've got Twig on the line for Des Moines, jamming against Little Miss Savage for the Pixies. So let's see where we go. And both jammers head into the pack. And it just looks like a whole pile of humanity there as they go around turn number 1. It gets messy, yep. Looks like Little Miss Savage is up at the front of the pack, and Twig recycled to the back. And Little Miss Savage doing the Matrix Gumby moves, but pops out as your lead jammer. But Twig is working hard at the front of the pack and is also out and available to score some points. Rose gets a good shove, pushing a blocker out, but ends up heading to the penalty box. Jam is called off for just a quick 3-0 in favor of the Pixies.
All right, who do we have? We have Miggy up next for Des Moines. And it looks like Sugar and Spite for the Pixies. Looks like Trisket is not skating today. I think there was an injury yesterday that's not allowing him to skate, which I'm sure is very disappointing for him and the Pixies, as he's a very strong player. And also, he is one of our graduating folks from that team. And then Miggy was looking for a cut call there, and the refs didn't see it that way, but Sugar and Spice did get recycled, and so did Miggy, and they're both trying to make their way through the pack. Miggy getting the top past Gold Rusher. Gold Rusher hoping to knock him out, but he manages to stay in bounds and has lead jammer status. Sugar, it looks like she now has off that helmet cover. Gold Rusher is her pivot, but not able to get to her yet, and I can see that star pass has been made. And Gold Rusher is out of the pack and able to call. I see Miggy looking in the box. Probably the coaches are like, let's get our box cleared, even if it means sacrificing 4 points.
Well, we've got Joe Mama in the box right now as a blocker for Des Moines. And Miggy is continuing to run this jam.
Yeah, every team has their different defense. At Denver, this kind of jam, our blockers would be running and running and running to try to get away from the points. We don't tend to wait. Every team has a different style.
Every team does have a different style and different strategy, but both these teams not living at altitude are likely not going to do as much running.
Yes, that's true. It's probably smart strategy for those coming from sea level. And Miggy threw for another 4 points, taking Miggy to 16 for this jam. So still a good ratio over the points for Gold Rusher, who is in. I didn't see what the penalty was, but Gold Rusher is in the box. So Miggy having a power jam at this point, and that box is clear of all the Des Moines skaters.
Well, that was a really good hit with Powerhouse up at the front of the pack, but Miggy just juked his way across and managed to stay in bounds, coming through for another couple of points.
Oh, a little jammer on jammer action. Gold Rusher trying to take Miggy out. And the jam comes to its natural end. And we'll see where those points end up. It looks like a 24-point jam for Des Moines. So that was very successful. And a lead change, them taking over the lead.
Wow, and it is just a 5-point game here, folks, with Des Moines at 54 and the Pixies at 49. We've got 13 and a half minutes left in this half. And on the line, we've got Jello jamming for Des Moines against Little Miss Savage for the Pixies. Both jammers are heading into the pack, and it is a nice big pile. But the pack starts to string out, and Jello pops out as your lead jammer. Little Miss Savage working hard, juking back and forth to pop out of the pack. Jello pops it into the pack, looking to get some points. And currently, there's not a lot we can see between us and all of the officials, but looks like Jello is through for 3 points. There was a no earned pass on that round. Usually that means that both the initiator and the jammer go out of bounds at the same time, and you don't have to recycle back behind that skater. So Little Miss Savage took off the star looking for a pass, but didn't need it. She has now popped out and is looking to score some points, but Jello is through for 4 more points. As Little Miss Savage approaches the pack, Jello calls off the jam, and it looks like we're going to end with a 7-0 jam in favor of Des Moines.
Wow. This is, if people at home, you can't hear the crowd is getting into this game. It's a full house now because they know the next game is a championship female game. This game is very important. And then, every game today is going to be exciting. So we've got a packed house here in Loveland, Colorado. Next up on the line, we've got Karma up and Twig for Des Moines. And Karma, similar, size and style to Little Miss Savage. And I think they both can get around these big blockers. Even doesn't matter your size in derby. It's the skill that matters.
Oh, that is so true. We see all different sizes out here in derby, and it is amazing.
Wow.
Big, small, long, short. Everyone has an advantage somehow, some way.
Okay, so now Karma's out for the lead. Gold Rusher took Twig out and dragged them back. And now Twig's still trying to make a move and get. Same player. If you see that, it seems that was interesting.
So it looks like a back block assessed to number 14 for the Pixies. That would be striking Viking. But actually, I believe it was her teammate who pushed her into another skater.
So then who should get that penalty when that happens?
Well, actually, there was a long conversation a couple weeks ago at playoffs about that exact thing. And the conversation was going back and forth is, does the player who makes the contact get the penalty, or is it the player who pushes their teammate into an unavoidable contact? So, that's one where the officials are going to call it how they see it.
Yeah.
But there's always the possibility of a misconduct for the player who pushes their teammate if their teammate can't avoid that illegal contact.
Oh, really? So then it would go on to that teammate.
So it could go either way depending on how the officials see it.
This is and it looks like this is exactly what's being talked over. I will say, in the end, that jam was an 8-point jam for the Pixies. Des Moines is still staying ahead by 4 points, while the refs discuss what's happening with that exact penalty, I believe.
Well, we do have a team timeout for the Pixies. Maybe looking to regroup with this 4-point differential. And they do have a smaller team. There are less skaters out there, so it's going to be a lot harder, a lot less rest for the Pixies as they come out here. And even without Trisket out there on the skates, they have even one fewer players, but they are neck and neck with this Des Moines team. This is one seriously fun game to watch.
Yeah. With Trisket being out, it takes their roster down to 11, and we know there's 5 skaters out every jam, so it means you are getting only to rest every other jam, which is not much when you're here playing such a tough game.
Absolutely. All right, we hear the rolling whistle, which means that timeout is over, and we're getting ready to head out again with Little Miss Savage jamming for the Pixies, and we've got Miggy jamming for Des Moines. And we will definitely be seeing this matchup often. All right. Both defensive walls are working hard to hold their jammers. And the pack splits to a no pack. Miggy gets out as the lead jammer as the pack regroups. And it looks like another Des Moines blocker into the penalty box. Little Miss Savage is out looking to score some points as Miggy comes through for 4. And always looking at that bench to coach to say, should I call it off? Do I run it? Little Miss Savage zips through an opening on the outside line in no time at all, making quick work of 4 points. But Miggy is also through for a quick 4 points. So here's where they're starting to run these jams, possibly trying to get those blockers out of the penalty box. Little Miss Savage is through for another 4 points as Miggy goes into the pack and is knocked down by the Pixies blockers, but back up again in no time. A quick spin and hop. And those Pixie blockers are doing a great job of cycling through and trying to catch Miggy, but Miggy is still through with 4 more points. Looks like the penalty box is cleared. Oh, but now the Des Moines pivot is going into the penalty box. Little Miss Savage is through the pack for 4 points, and Miggy is also through for 4 points, currently at a 16-12 for the jam. So we end with 16 points to 12 points for this jam in favor of Des Moines, who is now up 77-69.
Unfortunately for them, though, they are starting with a short wall. Just 2 blockers out there. 2 blockers in the box, neither one standing. So that means they have over 10 seconds left. So that's going to be a real advantage for the Pixies. We've got Karma out there for the Pixies and Jello for Des Moines.
I know with only 2 blockers out there, it's going to, potentially be quick work for this Pixie jammer to get out.
And she's already spreading out the pack to the top on turn 1 and then is out for the lead. But a Pixie blocker going into the box. And we've got Jello still working their way over there on turn 2 and out. And now Jello able to score, and Karma making her way, getting those 4 points. And Jello in, but I don't think Jello scored any points on that. Yep, I'm correct on that one, I think. Looking for the, yep. Oh, wait.
Nope, no points for Jello, but
4
4
points,
points
for the Pixies.
for the Pixies. So we've got a 4-point game here with Des Moines still holding on to the lead, 77-73. We have 7 minutes left in this half.
Looks like the penalty box is finally clear. They've been keeping their penalty timers busy.
Yes, they have. So Little Miss Savage jamming for the Pixies against Twig for Des Moines. And there's a lot of jammer on jammer pushing here at the back of the pack until Twig dances up the inside line and pops out as your lead jammer. Little Miss Savage looking to make a hole for herself. I hear a bunch of whistles.
Yeah.
And we've got a couple of blockers from Des Moines heading into the penalty box as Twig comes through for a scoring pass. Little Miss Savage pops out and is ready to score some points as she comes around after her initial pass. Twig is currently dancing at the back of the pack. And Twig pops out of the pack, but Little Miss Savage is right on his heels. They both have 4 points from a scoring pass. And they are literally about a body length apart from each other as they come around for another scoring pass. Oof. Again, I think Twig might be trying to clear the box. Little Miss Savage is through for 4 more points as Twig works against some of these blockers and is recycled back by Powerhouse. Or sorry, by
Gold Rusher.
Gold Rusher. Thank you. Powerhouse is heading into the penalty box.
Wow. Whew. Wow, the Pixies taking advantage of this, trying to clear the box.
Absolutely. Well, Twig goes ahead and calls it off, but the Pixies ended up a little bit ahead on that jam with a 12-8 changeup, and we now have a tied score, 85 each.
Oh my gosh. I will tell you, reffing these type of games is very stressful. I have been jam reffing on some very tight games. I have actually jammed ref in overtime, which happens very rarely. And I will tell you, it's stressful because everyone's watching you, and every point always matters. But when someone's ahead by 200 points, the points aren't as big a deal. But in this case, every point really matters. Those hips meeting up and getting those points. And look at Miggy making their way to the top of the pack and out for lead. Hell on Wheels back. It's getting recycled. Oh no, cut on Miggy. So I think that lead is still open for Hell on Wheels. That is a hard thing to hear when you're at a tied game. And now looks like Hell on Wheels and the jammer ref is checking. And yes, Hell on Wheels has lead jammer status because that cut happened with Miggy prior to getting lead, or happened on the way to getting lead. Hell on Wheels looking to the ref, feeling a penalty was assessed there, and it was not. And now Hell on Wheels out with 4 points, but the Des Moines blockers cannot stay out of the box these last few jams. We've got a 2 in as well, 1 getting out, and another whistle. A high block on Rose, Team USA skater number 51 for Des Moines. But even with 2, now 3 a 3-wall left, they still are giving a hard time to Hell on Wheels. And Miggy getting out and back on the course, back on the track, and forcing that call off.
All right. Well, it looks like the penalty box has been cleared, but if we take a look at these penalties right now, Des Moines is sitting at 19 total penalties for the game, and the Pixies are at 9. So,
wow.
We're seeing Des Moines is definitely working hard against these Pixies, and we're seeing some penalties as a result of some of that extra hard work. Right now, we've got Little Miss Savage jamming against Jello. So Little Miss Savage is taking the pack at the front of, or the wall, I should say, at the front of the pack, and Jello gets recycled back, and Little Miss Savage pops out of the front as your lead jammer. She is just so darn quick.
And just the way she just stayed in bounds to me was against gravity, against physics, the way she stayed in bounds on that last.
And a big pile up with Gold Rusher and Twig. And we've got an official timeout.
And I can tell they're asking, the refs, they're not just here for following the rules, they're here for safety. And actually, that's the thing they're most here for, if you see a skater hit their head, you send them to the medics. Even if the skater says they're okay, that is just extremely important for us to make sure they are okay, because these skaters in a championship game like this, for the bronze medal, they don't want to get taken out of the game. Let's face facts. They're teenagers. Their frontal lobe doesn't work properly yet.
No, they do not want to get taken out of the game. But when you do see that head hit, so, we make sure that they get checked out. And it is an injury call off. So the question here is going to be, will there be a continuation?
Yeah, always puts the refs to work if there is an injury continuation. With that, this is a JRDA rule. This does not happen in adult derby, but if there is an injury call off, they are allowed to restart that jam with the remaining time left. And if someone has a lead established, they start with that lead established.
Absolutely. And if they were on a scoring pass, they will begin on a scoring pass. Now, it all depends on which team had lead and which team's player went down with the injury.
Yeah.
So I believe it was Little Miss Savage as the lead, and if it was Des Moines who was out for the injury was called off because of a Des Moines skater, then the Pixies do have the opportunity to say yes, they want a continuation, but they also have the opportunity to say no.
Yeah.
And if that happens, all of the same skaters are back out on the track, and the only substitution will be for the injured skater.
Exactly. And I feel like that's what they're doing, because it looks like the same folks other than the jammer who was the injured party for Des Moines. And we've got then Little Miss Savage going up against Twig, as the Des Moines jammer was the one hit pretty hard.
Yes.
And
All right, there's the rolling whistle. So it looks like, I already see the jam ref pointing at Little Miss Savage because she is already lead.
Yep.
And we're about to kick off this continuation jam.
And they have about a minute and a half left for the jam. But like we said, Little Miss Savage is immediately scoring those points. And I hear a whistle for another penalty and another Des Moines blocker going into the box.
Yeah, Lady Carnegie is in the box now. So there is one blocker from each team in the box. And Little Miss Savage comes out with 4 points. Oh.
Oof. Now Twig is out, and that is actually his initial pass out of that. A back block called on Gold Rusher.
All right, so the jam was called off then by Little Miss Savage for 8 points to Des Moines 0, and the Pixies are now at 102 to Des Moines 85. We've got just a little over a minute and a half left in this half.
All right, next up on the line, you know what? If it wasn't a minute and a half left in the game, I would feel a timeout coming on for Des Moines. But since they only have a minute and a half left, I think they'll wait to kind of regroup during that halftime, because the game is getting a little bit away from them right now. It's still plenty of time, but that you sometimes have to get especially these are young people. Their emotions really can start to get the best of them. So they have to, the coaches have to help bring them, deep breaths.
Yeah, we definitely see that, especially with the juniors. I mean, these kids are all teenagers, and, emotions are running high, and we don't want anyone getting in their heads about a game. But you will see as they go into the half, whatever team basically has the best last jam, they actually have an advantage going into the second half only because of that one single jam because of the head game. So right now we are in an official timeout with a minute and a half left in the game.
All right. It looks like there may have been a penalty, as I saw them talking to the Des Moines coach, and I feel like they just sent a Des Moines blocker to the box. So it is okay. And I think now the Des Moines coach is asking for an official review, probably obviously on that penalty that was just called.
Because right now we're looking at one Des Moines skater in the box and 2 of the Pixie blockers in the box, including the pivot. So there's going to be small walls on the track when we get back to gameplay.
If it stays this way. Sometimes with these official reviews, someone might get to return to the track. You never know.
That is true. So it looks like the officials are having a nice little party conversation.
And also, I know you thought it was really hilarious that I didn't know the little dots represented the timeouts and the official review. But, for those of you out in Derbyland, maybe you're a parent like me that, has been watching their kids skate for 7 years and only 2 months ago saw that those little dots, the top 3 represent the timeouts. They get 3 timeouts for the entire game. And then they get 1 official review. Well, actually, you technically would have unlimited official reviews if you win them all. But
Nope,
you have
you
at
only
least
get
1.
2.
Oh, you
You
only
get the
2.
1, and if you win that official review,
have
then
one
you
more?
get the opportunity to do it one more time.
Oh, that's good to know because that would make things really crazy. But anyway, so those are all marked out there, but you do get 1 official review in each half. You don't carry it over if you don't use it, but you have 1 to utilize each time. And I noticed yesterday someone won their official review, and that little dot changed to a plus. Had you ever seen that? Had you seen the plus?
I've actually not noticed the plus.
I noticed the plus, so that meant it obviously shows they have 1 more, and then that would be it for that team.
All right, looks like their
Oh,
conversation
maybe
is
we'll try to
over,
listen.
and we're going to take a listen.
We're just waiting, folks. We'll tell you what is said, but we have to listen here in-house.
All right, so Des Moines was asking for a cut call towards the end of the jam and asking to be rescinded. Information supported them, so they actually get to retain their official review and that penalty.
Oh, so they were asking for a cut track to be rescinded by Des Moines, and it looks like that call was overturned, which now you're going to see that little plus sign in the bottom corner there for Des Moines as they won that official review. You don't see that often, I tell you, because the refs, when they see things, they call things.
Absolutely. All right, so we've got Miggy out as our lead jammer and has just popped through for 4 points. And then jamming for the Pixies, we've got Karma, and Karma's pushing against a really, really tough defense here from Des Moines, looking to get her initial pass. Miggy is out with 4 more points, and the penalty box has just cleared. So now we've got full strength on the track, and a star pass for the Pixies. So Gold Rusher is now your new jammer for the Pixies. However, Miggy gets through for 4 more points and says, nope, Gold Rusher, no points for you. I'm going to call that off. So that's a 12-0 jam for Des Moines.
Nice.
And they are now, again, back to a very, very tight 5-point game.
That was nice work by Miggy. And like you said, wanting to go strong into the half, both teams want that, to feel that. And so that official review was definitely well done because it did help get out that blocker out of the box and also taking them down by 1. That was fun size, and you don't want your team to foul out. So here for this last jam of the half, we've got Little Miss Savage up against Twig, and these walls are just holding. And now Twig is trying to run back Little Miss Savage because when a jammer knocks out another jammer, they have to go in behind them. But in this case, I would say wasting time. I mean, it's not really wasting time because it's the end of the half. But I think they're saying no point in wearing themselves out. Right now, the Pixies they technically have the lead, not by much. But I think it's a strategy here.
It is a strategy, and we're watching Little Miss Savage. And for those of you who don't understand, she is actually not required to skate backwards non-derby direction in order to get behind Twig. She does have to come in behind Twig, but she is not required to follow him all the way back and get stuck back in the packet again. And that's a little move we call Eat the Baby.
Yeah.
So, and what's happening right now, there's a lot of time being killed. Our period time clock is over. We're now just on jam time with just under a minute left in the jam.
And during this time, even though they aren't doing much, they have what I would say, they've been getting some no-pack penalties because even if there's no play going on, if you can get a no-pack penalty, now this is still the initial run through the pack.
Well, it's the initial run through the pack. Well, actually,
Little Miss Savage got
Little
lead.
Miss Savage
already got lead. She must have gotten past all the blockers on that other end. This is actually a mistake because you know why he had lead to start with, didn't he? No one had lead.
Nope, nobody had lead.
He's
at the
thinking
beginning.
that too, but he did not have lead. He's thinking
you know what?
he did.
And I do have a question because he did manage to pull the pack around
Yes.
and drop Little Miss Savage back into the pack.
So
that
she
should
really
not
did-
have been her initial
Right,
pass.
she
That
should've
was
gone
her.
around.
That was actually an Eat the Baby. So she should actually have had to get out of the pack, come
then-
all the way around, and get through the pack again.
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken.
If we're not mistaken, we're not out there.
We're not out there keeping track of that as closely as the officials are, but it looks like, again, there's a conversation about that.
Yeah. I think there's definitely a conversation already because of these timeouts, injury timeouts, all these things in official reviews. You can see they've cut the intermission to 10 minutes from 15, which is their prerogative. Trying to keep these games on time. We still have 2 more games today, both of the gold medal games for the female and open division.
All right,
And
have we heard the rolling whistle yet?
I've not heard the rolling whistle. Have you?
I have not heard the rolling whistle yet, so
Yeah.
I know that the officials are still talking, so they haven't finalized the half yet.
I can tell the Des Moines coach is explaining she never went around. She didn't get lead from being sucked back into the pack and going around, but maybe you can because she did get recycled, so maybe it does count of getting, and then she gets out from behind them.
It is my understanding that if the jammer is deposited into the pack as a backwards lap, they do have to, no matter what, make it through the pack, get all the way around the track as if it were their initial pass, but it's not. They still then would then be on their initial pass. So
Okay, well, it looks like they didn't win that argument if it
So-
was one.
So there is that rolling whistle, and we are going to go into intermission. So we will maybe have some more information for you when we come back.
You
So
know-
stay tuned.
I love learning more, so we'll go and ask someone and then come back when this intermission is over. Thank you. right, we're back on. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the bronze medal game for the Open Division of JRDA's 2025 championships. Right now, we've got Pixies with 102, Des Moines with 97. And because all of us are fallible, all of us are capable of mistakes, I did confirm, this is a learning moment, Little Miss Savage should not have been called lead, as she should have had to come all the way out of that pack and then re-enter in from behind and pass all those in order to get that initial pass in order to be called lead. However, it really didn't have a game impact. So I think the refs, there's a lot of discussion about that. And, when they eat the baby like that, it's confusing.
It really can be. And I'm going to say, though, I have not seen it more perfectly executed as Des Moines did, because Little Miss Savage did not take the bait to follow the Des Moines Jammer back into being sucked into the pack for an extra initial lap. However, Des Moines managed to pull the pack around to catch her the other way.
Yeah.
So that was really amazing roller derby. You don't see it often.
Yeah.
But yes, there was a small officiating error, and we'll see what it looks like when we pop back up here in just a couple of minutes.
And we were even talking about what the potential could have also been with her calling off the jam. Believe it or not, a lot of people don't know this, but let's say there's a jammer, they believe themselves to be the lead, and they tap their hips a bunch of times, and that jam ref calls it, and they weren't lead. Believe it or not, even though the jam ref made a mistake, you know this, but a lot of people probably wouldn't know, even though the jam ref made that mistake, the penalty is then called onto that team.
True. However, in this situation, I don't know if you noticed, but the jam official had actually signified by pointing to Little Miss Savage as the lead jammer, so
which was not her fault.
Which was not her fault. So
Yeah.
if the jam ref is actually identifying the jammer as the lead jam, even in error, then it is no longer a penalty for
It's no
the
longer
jammer.
Illegal procedure for the jammer. Exactly. Jinx. All right. It looks like kind of the officials are waiting. I think I've already seen the gear check. I think we're just waiting on making sure all of the pieces are working here for this second half of this game. A 5-point spread, which we know is absolutely nothing. It's practically tied. And so this should be an exciting second half to this game for the bronze medal.
Absolutely. And I mean, we've got this high-level roller derby. We're looking at the top teams in the country here at Champs. And for this bronze medal game, every point matters. And with a 5-point differential, those officials are making sure they've got all their ducks in a row before heading into this second half.
And you know what? While we're on here, hey, if anybody from the leadership of JRDA is listening, can we go back to pre-COVID and do 12 teams for Champs? I'm just saying. I'm suggesting that. To me, more derby, more fun. Why not? I'll help you get the volunteers. You've got me. You can. I'll voluntold some people, and get it done.
People.
So I say 12 games like we did pre-COVID. We've got the infrastructure back. Let's do it for 2026. 12. The top 12 teams get to come to Champs. How much fun? Anyway, that's just my suggestion in my lowly place as an announcer here.
Alrighty.
Okay.
So we are kicking it off now with Jam 1 of the second half. We've got Miggy jamming for Des Moines, and it looks like Karma is out jamming for the Pixies. Both jammers are pushing through the pack. Both walls are just kind of neck and neck as they round, getting up here on turn 2. And Miggy with a nice juke at the very end pops out as your lead jammer. Star is off and looking for a star pass, and there is a star pass. So now we've got Sugar and Spite is your new jammer for the Pixies. And Miggy does a few more jukes and is through the pack for 4 points and then calls it off before Sugar and Spite can get into the pack and score any points herself.
Wow, taking this game to within 1 point now. And now we have Little Miss Savage on the line up against, I believe that's going to be Jello, number 57. And
both teams have now crested over that 100-point mark with a 102 to 101 score in favor of the Pixies.
All right. And I always love seeing the jammers talking to each other up on the line because, you know, they're all kids. I hope they're friends off the track. But Little Miss Savage working immediately to the top of the pack. However, doesn't get recycled. A foot goes out, but she comes back in. Jello trying to make the way on the outside. However, Little Miss Savage is already lead jammer. And but with Jello right behind about a third of a track length, that's enough time for Miss Savage probably to grab a couple points before calling it off. We'll see. Yeah, it looks like no, actually 3 points she grabbed there before the call off, but holding Des Moines to 0.
And extending that Pixie lead to a humongous 4-point lead as we move into jam number 3. Jam number 3 of the second half. All right. So on the line for Des Moines, we've got Fun Size jamming against Sugar and Spite for the Pixies.
And it's the first time jamming today there for Fun Size.
Absolutely. We have seen Fun Size jam a little bit in previous games this weekend, but this is the first time today. Oh, ooh, and Sugar and Spite with just a narrow teetering on the edge, but is recycled. And then a hop, skip, and a jump across the inside of the apex. And Fun Size is out as your lead jammer. All right, Sugar and Spite has the star off and is possibly looking for a pass to her pivot. Fun Size is working against Powerhouse here at the very front of the pack. And before Powerhouse goes out of bounds, Fun Size pops through and calls off the jam with 4 points. And then we are now back to our tie game at 105.
You were lined up perfectly with our house announcer. No one at home knows that, but all right. I see the Pixies coach coming out to the middle, so we'll find out if this is an official review or not. Sometimes the coaches just come out and kind of say, hey, watch for this or watch for that. Next up on the line, we've got Mickey and Little Miss Savage up against each other again. And we've got it looks like one Des Moines blocker in the box. Otherwise, Pixies has a full wall. And Mickey out for lead, showing how strong they are as a jammer. They've been playing great all weekend. And now Mickey coming into the pack that's moving fast, making our OPRs really run. Mickey calls it, getting those 4 points, but holding off the Pixies. And taking that as a lead change there and takes Des Moines to 109. And so just, again, a 4-point difference in favor of Des Moines.
Just amazing how quickly these junior skaters are skating. When Little Miss Savage popped out maybe a quarter of the track behind Miggy, and then the pack just starts running. Hands out to those outside pack officials who are busting their butts just keeping up with these juniors, and they have that disadvantage on the outside having to go further. All right, here we are at jam number 5, Jello versus Gold Rusher. And it looks like Gold Rusher is out as your lead jammer. Jello being recycled back, but manages to just pop right through the pack and is also out looking to score points. Gold Rusher with a big hop across the apex and 4 points on the board and calls the jam. Back to the tied game, folks. This is neck and neck.
Wow. And it is a packed house here. Really, I don't know if it's officially sold out, but I can see there are no seats left. People, you're allowed to sit on the floor here. So the floor seats, standing room only, that is for sure for this game. Next up on the line, we've got Twig going up against Little Miss Savage, who's just, I watched her last year, watched her this year. She's such an incredible skater. I love watching her. And now we'll see how she does. She's trying to make her way to the front of the pack there. However, Twig hoping to stay inside, but gets knocked out. And there's a little tumble, getting messy as Twig tries to make their way through the pack. Looks like managing to stay inside, and now out for lead is Twig. And in the middle of Miss Savage still being held up. She's got the star off. She's dropped it and is able to pick it back up. The only people allowed to touch that star is either the jammer or the pivot. And last person to get past is Powerhouse. And
I do see a star pass signified by the officials
great.
for the Pixies.
Great, so that star pass has happened. I think probably to I think going to, I don't know who was holding the pivot, but unfortunately they're getting held up as well by that really strong Des Moines defense. Both of these teams have an incredible defense. And, and Little Miss Savage providing defense against Twig. Oh my goodness, really, really pushing hard. And Powerhouse going out with Twig. And the pivot for the Pixies is still unable to make it out of the pack, as well as Twig. My bet is, though, Twig probably already has his 4. He's been getting tossed around so much.
Looks like that's Karma as the new
Yes.
jammer for the Pixies.
And Powerhouse
Twisting and turning and trying to work her way through the pack.
And then, Powerhouse getting called out on a direction. You cannot hit going non-derby direction.
Absolutely not. Salty Cupcake also heading out for a penalty for Des Moines.
All right. Wow. That was hard fought. It looks like we've got that was a 12-point jam to the Pixies, and the Pixies never even getting out on their initial. But I think they went ahead and called it. They're getting tired and messy out there. So,
well,
now,
with a game that's as tight as this, you're going to definitely see both teams are getting tired. It is, not their first game of the weekend, so nobody's coming into this one fresh. Both teams are getting tired. It's the second half. They are working so hard. Tensions are high. And an official timeout.
Oh, team timeout looks like.
Team timeout.
Yeah, and I think, both of these teams are on their 3rd game of the weekend. So this is, that's a lot, even for these very in shape young people. It's a lot of skating. And all the game, there's been no easy games this weekend. All games have been challenging.
Every single one. They're challenging. They're close games. We've got a team timeout for the Pixies. Maybe giving them a chance to regroup after that big jam, because we are neck and neck. And you can see one jam could be a defining marker. So,
absolutely.
It also looks like maybe it's the captain for Des Moines having a little conversation with one of the officials, probably just mentioned some things that they're seeing. And can you please take a look at these things? As an official, how easy is it to see all of the things?
Not easy at all. But I always hope that Derby should know the officials are here not to ruin the game, but to make the game safe. And they do want that feedback. They do want to hear, hey, we're seeing high blocks, or we're seeing forearms, and could you basically we hear that about every single game, but we're trying.
Absolutely. Of course, keep in mind, as an official, you've got to see the beginning, middle, and end. Who initiated, what's the impact? Does the skater go down, out, or is there a change in relative position? So, I don't know who's that. Here we are at the top of Jam 7, Miggy versus Gold Rusher. Both jammers working hard. Miggy is out as your lead jammer. Gold Rusher is close behind and moving quickly. They are definitely staying low to the track because this is a slick floor. Miggy looks for a quick inside line, 4 points, calls it off. And manages to do so just in the nick of time before giving Gold Rusher any points. So we've got 125 to 109 in favor of Des Moines.
All right. Our next jam we've got up here, yes, Jello and Little Miss Savage. It's interesting. Both of these teams do not have a really big jammer bench. And our home team, Denver Juniors, Denver Major Turbulence, we're a little spoiled. We've got a 6-jam bench. So we've got a lot of people to rotate through and to see who is doing well against certain blockers. Not every team has that many jammers, but looking as one of the best jammers, we have Little Miss Savage out for a lead and already back around to the pack. She is fast, making her way through that pack. We're up there on turn 2. Looks like Jello is still getting recycled a bit, but not too far back. And a little leg up, and she manages to miss that last little blocker from Des Moines. Jello trying to make his way past Powerhouse, which is not easy. And wow. And Powerhouse getting a penalty on that, on a direction for those hits that we saw here at the tail end of this jam. And now Jello is out and able to score, but Little Miss Savage goes ahead and calls that off. Oh wait, it wasn't a penalty. It looks like Powerhouse came back. So it looks like that was mistaken.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've got these tiny little players out there. Sometimes it's actually hard for a larger blocker to stop them because when they're so tall, you have legal blocking zones, legal hitting zones. They've got to make sure that they don't make contact above the shoulder or the collarbone. So, because that would be a high block. And so sometimes when that player is low to the ground naturally, it almost gives them an advantage. So we've got Miggy popping out here as your lead jammer for Des Moines. And then Sugar and Spite is currently working her way through the pack. I believe I saw the star come off, but I just saw it hit the floor. Keeping in mind that only the jammer or the pivot can pick up that star. And without that star, no points can be scored. So we don't want to be without the star.
Yeah, with her being still in her initial, though, hopefully she's noticed. And I think it's gotten picked back up. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, Miggy is through for 4 points. And Sugar and Spite popping out and getting ready to put that star back on. Didn't need to pass it after all. A nice little apex hop for Miggy, 4 more points. But here comes Sugar and Spite trying to come through for some points, but the jam is called just in the nick of time. And that is an 8-0 jam in favor of Des Moines.
Des Moines is widening that lead, but there is this is not that big of a lead, and there is still just under 20 minutes left in this half. So anything could happen, and no one should be counting their wins long before that clock has ended, especially with the talent on both of these teams. Next up, we've got Jello and Little Miss Savage up against each other again. Another matchup of these two jammers. Little Miss Savage making her way to that top to meet that very solid Des Moines wall. And her footwork, she does not usually stay towards the middle. She continues to try to work, although now she's almost wedged in there. Jello also still trying to make his way through the pack. Oh, but Little Miss Savage sneaks out up there around turn 1 and as lead jammer. And you can tell she's been working for these leads. They have not come easy. And now we've still two blockers left for Jello to get around, hoping to make it past Powerhouse, a difficult challenge. And now Gold Rush joining Powerhouse to try to stop these jammers.
But Brutal Beauty there holding the line at the top until pushed out of play.
Yeah, I've been watching her all weekend, and Brutal does fit. She is
doesn't it ever.
It does, and again, she is not huge. She is a petite person, and she is able to stop some of these really big jammers. So never count out size. It does not have everything to do with Derby, and I've been very impressed with her play all weekend.
All right, so Pixies have a 4-0 jam in this last jam, and we're going into jam number 11, Twig versus Sugar and Spite. And both jammers pushing in through the pack. Looks like Twig takes the top wall and is pushing towards the front of the pack, while Sugar and Spite is really battling this tough Des Moines defense. Twig pops out as your lead jammer. Take a couple of deep breaths. Coming around the turns and looking to go in for a scoring pass. There is a star pass for the Pixies. Your new jammer being Karma. But Twig gets 4 points and calls it off.
Twig reminds me of Darth Skater on our team. Similar styles for sure. And now that we've got a 17-point lead for Des Moines, but again, so much time left that, we know that anything can happen in this Derby game. But coming up now, we've got Miggy against Little Miss Savage. Little Miss Savage is just really getting worked. Okay. And we've got Miggy getting recycled there by Gold Rusher, and Little Miss Savage just getting held up by the solid Des Moines wall. Miggy making away. Oh, it looks like, yes, Miggy has gotten that lead, but they're going head to head with Little Miss Savage. We'll see if they decide to call it or try to go for points. And Miggy decides to call it, playing it safe, holding that to a 0-0 jam.
It is kind of fun to watch that jammer on jammer
yeah.
action as they come around. I saw smiles on both their faces
Oh, yeah.
while they're kind of having some fun, pushing each other around a little bit, with some friendly jammer on jammer around the turns.
Yep.
All right, coming up next, Jello is on the line for Des Moines. Oh, but we've got a timeout.
And right now, I am pretty impressed because usually these are some rough and tumble teams, and no one really in big penalty trouble yet. There's a couple people with five, but no one in the orange yet. As you know, as you can get up once you hit 7 penalties, you are fouled out of the game. But right now, we've only got one player on each team at five, and you can see it better than me, Sassy, who those players are with 5 each.
Well, right now it's looking at Des Moines has number 51, and that would be Rose. And Rose has 5 penalties. And, of course, number 8, Powerhouse, you're also seeing with 5 penalties.
Yeah, I believe yesterday Powerhouse did foul out of that last game of the night.
Though Des Moines does hold a little bit more penalty heavy in this game with 24 total penalties this half, and the Pixies only having 16. So right now we're in a team timeout for Des Moines, maybe trying to catch their breath because they want to maintain this 17-point lead. We've got 15 minutes left in this half.
Okay, now we've got looks like Karma up for the Pixies going up against it. Looks like Jello going up against Jello. Sometimes it's hard to see the numbers from our angle over here at our table, and most of the pack up there towards the pivot line, and the whistle's gone, and we've got Karma up in the front of the pack with Jello trying to make their way on the outside around that pivot wall, but Gold Rush are not making it easy, of course. But Gold Rush going out along with Twig, but having to come in behind Brutal Beauty. Both jammers being held up right there coming into turn 1 by really, really smart. You know, as a ref, I always love it when the blockers are winning because it means you're just standing there, not having to skate super fast. So we love it when the defense is winning. And right now the defense is definitely winning in this because we're heading up towards wow.
We're really just sitting here at turn number 1. We have not moved very far.
And we're at 45 seconds.
Yeah, and there's still no lead jammer yet.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with these blockers because, like I said, 3rd game of the weekend, very intense games, both physically and emotionally, and they're just continuing to fight so hard for this bronze medal. And I'm hearing some whistles, seeing a sign for multiplayer. It looks like it's and then Karma is out for lead, and a multiplayer called on a Des Moines blocker.
Looks like a Joe Mama sitting in the box for Des Moines.
All right, Joe Mama in the box for Des Moines. Gel is still trying to make their way out for their initial pack, but Pixie's not letting this happen. They're holding up well against Jello, who has been doing very well today. But they're holding firm. But now just 2 blockers left that are continuing to hold Karma. But she does make her way around for those 4 points. You know, jammers love it if there's someone in the box because if you just pass one person, you get those box points. And now it looks like there's been okay. I don't know if that was a proper star pass because there was some looking at the pivot.
Well, I saw that the pivot was right on the line. I couldn't quite see clearly if the pivot's feet were in line. So in order for a star pass to be a legal star pass, it must be passed from the jammer to the pivot, hand to hand. It cannot be tossed in the air, but both skaters must be upright and in bounds. Yep. So if one skater barely has a toe out of bounds, then that star pass does not happen. Oftentimes, the officials will say, you are not the jammer, to indicate that that was not a completed star pass. And at that point in time, that pivot still can hold the star, but they need to work to get it back to the jammer. They cannot continue to move forward as if they are the jammer, and because then that would become an illegal procedure as an illegal star pass.
But what I think is really funny, because when you ref juniors, especially newer junior skaters, we have seen a junior jammer just literally throw the star like across the track trying to pass the star. And I said, boy, wouldn't it be funny if you could do it that way? then they'd have to practice tossing the star. That would have to be a skill, throwing and catching the star.
Throwing, catching the star could be a skill. No, but it must be hand to hand. So we're going to see what is happening there. We've got a bit of an official review, and I'm wondering if the official review is about that star pass.
Yeah.
Because right now we've got one Des Moines skater in the box. Looks like Lady Carnegie, and we're waiting for the results of this official review, or even to find out exactly what
It's
it is.
Lady Carnage.
Lady Carnage. I know. I'm looking out of the corner of my eye. I'm so sorry.
Carnegie would also be like the Carnegie Libraries and all of that wonderful, that really wonderful philanthropic family.
But
But it's Carnage.
When you get of a certain age and you're wearing your reading glasses, sometimes you just don't see anything.
Yes, young people listening at home, this will happen to you too.
Right. All right. We're listening now to see what the results are of this official review.
Oh, yeah.
I see one of the officials talking to the scorekeeping table and then slides back into the official huddle.
Yeah,
So
they're
maybe
still
they're still discussing.
Yep.
So a big shout out to all of the families who have come here and traveled and making roller derby happen.
All right, we're going to hear now pretty soon. We'll wait for the in-house announcers to tell us what happened with this official review. Yeah, been Andy leaning in there to hear what's happening.
So hold tight for 1 second.
Yeah. We haven't left you. We're just waiting. There we go. It'll be coming shortly.
There is a rolling whistle, so we know derby will be starting soon, but hold tight.
All right, the Pixies were asking for a penalty to pivot for line cover on, but that did not happen until after the whistle, so the official review is out, and Pixies will use that official review for the next 12 minutes.
All right, so it looked like the Pixies were asking for a penalty on the pivot for Des Moines for putting on the star as an illegal star pass. However, the officials decided that movement happened after the jam was called off, after the whistle. So there will be no penalty to the Des Moines pivot. And we've got a real quick 0-0 jam here between Miggy and Hell on Wheels.
Yeah, I think with that last play there, Mickey got out real fast, but had a no pass, no penalty, meaning they didn't pass all of the blockers, so therefore they were out and able to score, but not the lead jammer. And it looked like they had a little confusion about that. So then when the Pixies realized, oh, I'm lead, I can go ahead and call this, they did, holding that to 0-0.
All right, we've got a 7-point game here. Miggy has popped out as your lead jammer with Little Miss Savage close behind, running out of the pack. Both jammers getting out in really quick time.
Yeah.
And both jammers looking to score some points. So Miggy has popped through the pack, and 4 points are going up on the board, whereas Little Miss Savage is currently working her way through some of those intense blockers. Nice little jammer and jammer action. Oh, here we go again. So Mickey has knocked Little Miss Savage out. Again, she has to come in behind Mickey, but like we saw earlier in the first half, she is not required to skate counter derby direction in order to go in behind Mickey. So Mickey is trying to lure her in right now. The pack is right next to her and lined up as if it would be her normal skating pass. So we're waiting to see what happens here.
And pack still counts right now because, pack still has to remain intact. And Mickey's trying to decide what to do. Honestly, my bet is Little Miss Savage is taking this time to rest. And now that Mickey's up here, she can jump in behind. And then this is a little bit of a game. You heard some laughs here in this audience.
I know. It's a little bit of cat and mouse here because in the first half, we saw the pack was slowly moving forward, was able to suck Little Miss Savage in. But this time, her teammates were like, nope, I'm not going to fall for that either, and they did not scooch forward. So eventually, Mickey just had to go ahead and make a move and keep going. So Mickey is through with 4 points. Little Miss Savage with the star off, but pops through. and has 3 points.
Yeah, with taking that star off, she probably missed passing someone with the star on. And there we go.
All right, so that's a 16-3 jam in favor of Des Moines, now sitting at 153 to 133, a 20-point game.
Wow. 10 minutes left, though. Again, we've seen all this weekend, we've seen jammers getting 20, 24-point jams at times, getting, high. Anything can happen. No one should rest on their laurels here. They should keep up the intensity. That's what Des Moines will have to do if they want to hold out for a win for the bronze medal.
Absolutely. And when we look at the penalties here, I don't see I think I see only one actual jammer penalty where there was a power jam. And that's usually when a game that's this close, you might see somebody take it away. All right, we've got Hell on Wheels out as not as lead jammer.
Yeah, because, and I saw them signaling for that. It was a no pass, did not pass everyone in bounds, but is in scoring position, obviously, there.
Still 4 points for Hell on Wheels, though not lead jammer. However, as soon as Twig pops out through this pack, Twig can still grab lead jammer. Both jammers working hard in the pack because these defensive players are sitting strong. They do not want to let anyone by. You think, okay, those jammers are the ones scoring the points, but those blockers are just as valuable holding back the points. So Hell on Wheels is through 4 more points and looking to score even more on this scoring pass. Both jammers are looking tired, but nobody can call it off because there currently is no lead. However, Twig is still available to get lead, so hopefully Twig does not take off that star. All right, 4 more
I know
points.
sometimes they forget that the lead hasn't been called when it's been this long, and they'll take off their star, and I'm always like, oh, no, you could have been lead.
And then we go into a 2-minute jam, and nice 2-minute jam. Yes, Twig is now out as your lead jammer. Hell on Wheels coming around looking to score some more points.
They're not having – okay, yeah. I was a little bit surprised they didn't have them call it off right away. Wow.
All right, Twig calls it off for a 12-point jam in favor of the Pixies. Now 145 to Des Moines 153, and we have narrowed that gap in a hurry.
Yeah, 8 points with 7 minutes left. Okay, up on the line now, we have Little Miss Savage up against Miggy. They both are forces to be reckoned with. We'll see what's happening. I see some little switch out of some blockers here right before the whistle. And Brutal Beauty's out there with Gold Rusher and Powerhouse. Also Sugar and Spite as the jam as the pivot for the Pixies, and then Little Miss Savage making out there on turn 1 as lead jammer. Really critical where these who gets lead in these jams when a game is so close. Wow. And Miggy jumping right back in, not letting that getting hit out hurt. Oh, Miggy getting up slower, which I don't like seeing. I don't want to know anyone's getting hurt.
Though I'm wondering if we've got some fatigue playing in as well with that, that slowly getting up. There's some big hits, though.
Yeah, but Little Miss Savage also up there smashed up into the pack as lead, trying to make. She's really on that first scoring pass, has not yet come out of that first scoring pass. And I heard a multiplayer called on someone. We'll wait and see who goes to the box. Oh, on the Des Moines blocker. Wow. Miggy finally out of the pack after 1 full minute. And Little Miss Savage calling it, but she did manage to collect those 4 points, probably twirling around, getting her hips past all the blockers, taking this to a 4-point game. Oh my
this
God.
is an exciting game. We've got just
I get
a little under
stressed
6
out.
minutes.
And it's not even my kids playing, and I'm stressed out.
I know, right? And so we've got the officials are conferring with each other. Everyone's making sure that they're all seeing the same things. We've got 188 Hell on Wheels and jamming for the Pixies. And it looks like Jello, number 57, jamming for Des Moines. And both jammers are out. Jello skates up that inside line, pops out as your lead jammer. Hell on Wheels working hard against those last few blockers and knocked to the inside and recycled back. Jello heads back into the pack looking for some points on a scoring pass. Oh, I see some twirls for Hell on Wheels. Knocked to the inside, but the blocker goes out too. Jello gets 4 points, calls it off, just as Hell on Wheels gets out of the pack. That's a 4-0 jam in favor of Des Moines, and now we've got that 8-point lead.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Des Moines, they have 2 blockers in the box. Right there at the end of that call, 5-1 was called on a forearm, which I saw. I could see it from here, and the ref saw it too.
Yep. Sometimes we all see the same thing, even as officials. Sometimes you have 3 people calling 1 penalty,
Yeah.
and then other times everyone's looking ever so slightly different, and no one sees the penalty, even though you know
Yep.
it happened.
Okay, actually, Gold Rush, just with those 2 blockers left from Des Moines, getting recycled, but is able to get lead because Twig made it out on a no pass, no penalty. So that was great work by that very small derby 2-wall from the Des Moines blockers. I was impressed with that.
So for
And-
those of you at home, if you are unaware, if a skater on their initial pass does not pass all 4 skaters upright and inbounds, even if they get out legally to the front of the pack, they do not earn lead jammer status. So sometimes they get hit out, but that blocker also goes out of bounds. They're not required to go in behind them. They can go in just right away, but they don't have that earned pass. All right, here we are, Jam 20. Gold Rushers out as your lead jammer. Miggy currently just popped out shortly behind. Big, huge apex jump by Gold Rusher for 4 points. Miggy's coming into the pack looking for some points. We've got 1 blocker in the box. It looks like it's Fun Size.
Yeah, Fun Size. The
All right,
ref's having to turn around.
I know the pack is running, so the refs are cycling through. Another big jump for Gold Rusher and 4 more points. The jam is called off. That's an 8-4 jam in favor of the Pixies, who are now only down by 4 points.
Oh my gosh.
And you know how many 4-point jams we've seen?
Yeah.
This is anybody's game with just under 3 minutes left on the game clock.
Oh my gosh, exciting. I love watching good derby. It's so close. I do see now there is someone on Des Moines. He's gotten to 6 penalties, it looks like. Not much time left, so I think they're probably safe. Because if someone fouls out this late in the game, I don't think they worry as much about it.
No, because they want to use all of their players until they can't.
Yeah.
So we've got a team timeout for the Pixies. Everyone's going to take advantage to take a breath, grab some water. The officials are going to come in and have a little conversation, make sure they're all going strong. But a huge shout out to all of our volunteers here, all of the officials, skating and non-skating. We've got the medics. We've got people doing the track crew. We've got the announcers. So many volunteers it takes to run a tournament like this.
And just so I was going to say, I had a thought in my head. Now it's going. Oh, I was going to let people know with this now another timeout. Des Moines still has 1 more timeout and 1 official review. And that means that official review can be used as a timeout. So they really do still have 2 timeouts available to them. And in a tight game, that's really important as Pixies only have 1 timeout available to them. And like I said, if it comes down to be really close, you want the power to call off a jam quickly so that you can get another jam in to stop the clock, really. So,
and I have seen a really close game with maybe 4 seconds left, and a team was able to call a timeout
and get another
put in their star jammer and actually win the game on that.
Oh, I've
last
seen it too. Yeah,
and it's 3.5 minutes left or 2.5 minutes left, and
It's
this
still
could
a
be
lot.
anybody's game.
So Twig is our jammer. Oh my gosh, the Pixies have gotten lead with Hell on Wheels. Twig still in there trying to make it out of the pack. I think Twig at the beginning thought they had knocked out Hell on Wheels and was looking to drag him back, but that was not the case. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Hell on Wheels out for 4 points, and that will tie the score. Oh, some really hard hits happening. And can you tell me? Oh no, Twig got a penalty. Power jam for the Pixies.
Oh, but a nice hit out by Rose.
Wow.
Dragging back the Pixies jammer. And
forearm. Wow.
But Rose goes to the box for a forearm. And that actually is her 7th.
Yeah, she will be
penalty.
fouling out from that game. Oh my gosh, we're 161. No, 165. Oh my goodness. And it is in the best interest at this point for the Pixies to run that clock down as far as they can.
Absolutely. So Twig is back in action out of the penalty box and looking to make, I believe, his initial pass.
I believe it
And
is
there's a
his
big
initial.
rumble and stumble and fall.
Oh, no,
but he gets a cut
cut.
penalty and goes back to the penalty box. And we know
Oh,
these jammer
my
penalties can
God.
make a huge difference in the score for this tight game.
This could be the game. And oh my gosh, they are begging him to call off the jam.
The Pixies
And he
are all
finally
jumping up
listened.
and down, tapping their hips,
Oh
trying to
my
get their jammer to call this jam
God.
off.
I was stressed out when they were trying to get. They're like, listen to us, call off the jam.
They are looking
Oh
to
my
have that
God.
power start. Put in a fresh jammer.
Oh,
And we also have an official review.
I guarantee that Des Moines is officially reviewing that second cut call. I can't guarantee 100%, but I bet a lot of money where it's official review on that second cut call, because that will make a true huge impact in this game.
Now, that did happen at the far end of the track, I think, around turn 1 or 2 over there by the apex. And so we weren't really able to see too much from where we're sitting because
bet
all
is,
those
though,
officials are in the way.
Cuts are something the officials are, I don't know, all of us, that's one of the first things you learn is watching for cuts. And I feel like they saw it, and a lot of times kids, skaters don't realize, especially on the apex, how easy it is to cut someone. Because of that curve. On the apex, you don't know that you're actually cutting one of the other players.
That is totally the case, because when the outside, it's really hard to gauge exactly where they are in terms of being like perpendicular to the track, because it's so much wider on the outside. So that official on the inside has great eyes on being able to see if that skater, maybe the initiator hit them out, but maybe they inadvertently passed another skater that they didn't even realize was there, or they think, but that was my own team. You can only pass one of your own team, and oftentimes there's 2 or 3 on the outside of that apex that you can't quite tell. So I'm curious to hear what the result is of this official review, and in fact, if it is about that cut penalty.
We're going to find out.
We don't really know. We're speculating here.
Yeah, we are. And that's what I love about streaming. We can speculate.
We can speculate all we want. All right, so right now we've got 169 to 161 in favor of the Pixies, so that's an 8-point lead. 48 seconds left on the game clock. But with this official review, we're going to see.
We're going to find out. Here we go.
Des Moines was looking for the cut call on their jammer to be rescinded.
Yep.
However, so the player that hit the Des Moines jammer out also went out. However, when the Des Moines jammer went back on the track, he cut off his entire tripod of team skaters. And I don't know if you know this, you can only pass, I think, 2 of your team skaters out.
No. Yeah, so confirm just what you were saying.
Yep, that was exactly it. The Des Moines coach was asking to rescind that cut penalty, but the officials say, yes, the initiator did go out. However, that Des Moines skater cut 3 of their own players, the entire tripod. And like I said, that's easy to do on accident on a tripod.
Now what happens here if and it's very power start for Gold Rusher. If he makes it out his lead jammer, he then only has to run down the clock, and this will be over. So he can just run down the clock for 30 seconds, call it, and they will win this game.
Absolutely. So Gold Rusher is out as lead jammer and looking to score some points. However, looks like Twig is now back in action, looking to get through that initial pass to try to force a call off and maybe be able to call that last timeout and get another jam in. So Twig is out of their initial pass.
But he's watching the clock. They know they can't get enough points before that. And the period clock comes to an end and calls it. And the Pixies pull this out. Unreal. They barely made it. They were an upset to even come to champs. I think they came in as the 6th seed.
They came in as a 6th seed. They upset in their very first game.
And then another upset here, to be honest, coming in as a 6th seed. Now and leaving the tournament in 3rd place with the bronze medal. I follow Derby probably a little too closely, but last year at champs, the seeds 1 through 6 left 1 through 6. There was not one change in that 1 through 6. This weekend, those rules have been thrown out the window. They're not sticking to it.
Absolutely.
All right, this concludes the first stream of our JRDA Champs coverage today. We'll be back live here on the Junior Roller Derby Association YouTube channel with our Sunday PM stream, the championship doubleheader, right before it all begins. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you soon.
All right, we will be back for that last game.
Ginger
Bye-bye.
Spice signing off.
And Sassy B also signing off.